From the hot air balloon capital of the world, this is live coverage of the 50th anniversary edition of the Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta, powered by ExxonMobil. It's Balloon Fiesta Live. And now, direct from the rooftop studio at Balloon Fiesta Park in Albuquerque, New Mexico, here are your hosts, Glen Moyer and Lloyd Jr.
Good morning, Albuquerque, and good morning to our viewers on Balloon Fiesta Live around the world. Welcome to the, excuse me.
Already. The Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta, powered by ExxonMobil.
I'm the guy that can't talk this morning. I'm Glen Moyer. This guy is Lloyd Jr. Glad to be back with you for day 7. You're watching Balloon Fiesta Live, also powered by ExxonMobil. I just inhaled a small piece of ham or something. I'm not sure. It kind of caught me there right at the wrong moment. Hey, it's a good morning. Looks like this could be the best morning we've seen since opening Saturday.
Could be. Early pie balls indicate kind of a left-handed box, so to the south off the field and then up and out to the northwest.
The great landing zones out there. A good direction, certainly.
Our
Light
Dawn
winds.
Patrol balloons are already inflating. They're already talking about flying. We talked with some other pilots this morning, and they're all saying the same thing. Looks good to them.
Yeah.
They are over at Pilots Briefing getting the official word, and we'll check in over there later. But as we said, the Dawn Patrol is inflating here. And, yeah, it just looks like it's going to be a fabulous morning here at Balloon Fiesta.
Yeah, maybe Brad Tiemeyer just missed his call that Wednesday would be the best day. Maybe he was just a couple days off.
Yeah, Mother Nature heard him and decided to shift it by a couple days.
Yeah, she's certainly been made herself known here at the 50th without question, more so than maybe in past years. But, hopefully Mother Nature's finally going to get out of our way and let us do what we do best, and that is fly balloons.
It is a Special Shapes Rodeo Day.
Yes.
It is a competition day.
Yes.
So we are going to have a very full day of activities here this morning. And then we've got a full schedule tonight, too.
Yeah, so we'll go, I'm guessing competition will run again until about 10 o'clock in the morning.
Depending on what time they get it started. If they get started at 8, 9:30, they usually leave it open for about 90 minutes.
Right. Okay.
So, and just the way things have been going, it's been working out.
So if it is a good morning, we'll be able to launch a little quicker, which then maybe means we'd get started about 8 o'clock, in which case the targets would remain open until 9:30. But we'll know that a little bit later this morning.
Yeah, at 8, 8:30, going to 9:30 or 10.
Yeah.
It's all the same. We just if we go to 10, we get more balloons.
Well,
we get more airtime.
Yeah, it just means we get less nap time between the morning session and the afternoon session. But, hey, sleep is overrated anyway.
That's right.
Who needs it during Balloon Fiesta?
You can do that next week.
Absolutely.
And we should have done more of it last week.
Yeah, actually, that's one of the reasons why years ago, rather than leaving on Sunday afternoon after the farewell mass ascension, I stay overnight and just get a good sleep in to Monday morning, and I'm in no rush to get up and leave town on Monday. It's just whenever I wake up, I get up, get in the car, and start heading back home.
There you go. I will be in the office Monday morning, bright and early.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah, that's what comes with the...
Well, that's why you have the big title as
executive
producer, so...
So
fingers crossed. Yeah, it will be a great morning. I saw a comment already early this morning in our Facebook group with someone saying, gee, this is my 3rd day hoping to see all the balloons. Well, it's our 7th day, and we're hoping to see all the balloons. We, of course, had a great opening day on Saturday last, and ever since then, it's been kind of touch and go. We've had some good mornings. We've had some bad ones. We've not yet gotten a single balloon glow off, and that's really disappointing.
It is.
And quite unusual, actually. So, yeah, so hopefully my fingers are crossed for tonight's Rodeo, because those things are such crowd pleasers, and it's so fun to see all the shapes out there glowing. And fingers crossed that we have not just a good morning, but a good day overall and get tonight's activities in.
So talking about folks on the feed here, we got a lot of people checking in already on the YouTube side. So the Netherlands is there, Leon, Mexico is there, Boise, Idaho, Austria, Good morning, Gene. Well, thank you very much. Appleton, Wisconsin is here as well. So lots of folks there. Think you're in for a great day today.
Yeah, I was going to do the same. Check on the folks in that are watching the Facebook feed. You and I kind of tag team this so that we can talk with and visit with as much of the audience as possible. Some folks headed in from Santa Fe. Someone else says good morning from sitting on I-25. Well, it's called get up a little bit earlier.
Yep.
Because that's what happens to you sometimes.
Even as I came in this morning about 4:15, the traffic line was a little bit longer than normal.
I was about to say, the traffic on Alameda this morning coming into the south entrance, same thing. It was a little longer than it had been all week. And tomorrow I think it's going to be a whole new ball game. Because especially if the weather is good, since we've had such a hit and miss week, if the weather's good tomorrow, I think the crowd will really be huge. Tulsa, Oklahoma has checked in. A lot of our Facebook folks are across the USA. Lisa Kempner is watching again today. Good morning, Lisa. Wayne O'Shields, a longtime friend of mine from back at Freedom Weekend Aloft in Greenville, South Carolina, and Anderson, South Carolina, and all parts in between. I think the event moved around a lot in its later years, but nice to see that Wayne is watching. Jacksonville, Mississippi, I'm assuming. Nebraska, McCook, Nebraska. So a couple of Nebraska folks pitching in. Someone, Debbie Woodford, calling in from Pennsylvania. Greenwood, Mississippi. Used to be a very nice event in Greenwood some years back. I was the announcer there for a while. The Texas Hill Country, God's Country, actually. Orlando, Florida. Hope the folks in Florida are beginning to recover. Travis Mathis up from Anderson, South Carolina, of course. Van Horn, Texas. Oxford, England. Oh, Mark Neal. Hi, Mark. Battle Creek, Michigan. As usual, all over the place.
A lot more checking in on the Facebook side, too. Fort Wayne is there. Gene Braun has checked in. Good to see you yesterday as well. Walla Walla is here. Pennsylvania. Somebody's in one of the Albuquerque Albertsons grocery stores this morning. Somebody's watching from right below our rooftop studio.
I need a few things. You think you could pick up a little shopping for me at Albertsons while you're there?
There you go.
Sioux Falls, South Dakota.
Kansas City. Indiana, Knoxville, Tennessee.
Charlotte, North Carolina. Roanoke, Texas. Altus, Oklahoma. East Texas, Kevin Frederick, back my part of the part of the state. Well,
I got Wales
Southeast Texas.
I got Wales and Oxford, England.
Yeah, I saw Oxford, England a little earlier.
Oklahoma City,
Redding, California, Simpsonville, South Carolina. Jenny Keener. Hi, Jenny. Another of the locations of Freedom Weekend Aloft in its history. Carlisle, Pennsylvania. Sheringham. Let's see. Ann Hignett says hi from Sheringham, England, Sheringham, UK, which I'm guessing is England, although it could be Scotland or Wales or even Northern Ireland when they say UK, but I'm guessing probably England. St. Lucie County, Florida. Carolyn Ayoka says watching from bed while hubby is on crew.
Ringwood, New Jersey is here, as is Northwest Pennsylvania. Atlanta, Georgia. More people watching from Balloon Fiesta Park and the South RV Park. Hawaii checks in this morning.
Yeah, Sherry.
And Bronx, New York, as well as New York City. Sorry.
That's okay. Sherry Spear-Rand from Longview, Texas, of the Great Texas Balloon Race says good morning, Glenn and Art. Good morning, Sherry.
Good morning.
Always fun to be a part of the Great Texas Balloon Race. Cambridge, Massachusetts. Let's see, a couple of people are actually watching from Balloon Fiesta Park. Robert Jean Tett is watching right here from the park. Good for you, Robert. You can see us down on the big screen down near the main stage, or you can, of course, be walking around with your phone or your tablet and watching us as well. Waco, Texas.
A lot of people are starting to do that. They tune into the feed, put their earbuds in, and put the phone in their pocket or their purse and wander around. And then no matter where you are, you can pick up our broadcast, whether you're on the far northwest of the field or over on Main Street or any of those as well. So
there's the big video screen down by the main stage, and you can watch us there if you're here at Balloon Fiesta Park and don't want to walk around, kind of staring at a phone or a tablet all at the same time.
A couple of picnic tables. There are a few picnic tables out here if you can snag one early.
Where did they put the new, what do they call those things? Sky boxes, I think.
The Fiesta Sky Box.
Yeah,
they are
those?
out. Those are out on the northeast corner, in the northeast area of the field.
Okay.
All the way out there, we have that big La Mesa RV show, and then coming back to the south next to them is our group tours tent,
right,
where all of the tours come in, and they have a place to kind of meet, get situated when they arrive, and then when they get ready to leave out. Next to that is the Chasers Club and the Chasers Lounge, a way that you can get a little bit of a VIP experience here at Balloon Fiesta. And then just south of that is the new Fiesta Skybox area.
Okay.
The idea there is that you can rent the Skybox for a session and bring 19 of your closest friends with you. So 20 folks. There's an elevated place in there, and some
you can
private
actually,
restrooms.
You can actually get up on top of the
containers
of the box
out there.
Kind of have an elevated view like we do. Not nearly as nice a view as we have, if I say so myself.
Well, there you go.
But still, a nice elevated view, and they have access to. I'm trying to remember how did they put that on the when I saw the ad on Facebook, something about. Oh goodness, premium restrooms or something to that effect. Yeah. Something a little bit more upgraded than your typical porta potty, I would say.
It's a trailer.
Okay, one of the trailer types.
It's the trailer
that
type.
Have the doors
toilets,
and they have the showers and the toilets and things. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And you get catering down there, food and drink. So it's actually it's a brand new addition.
Brand new deal here for us
to Fiesta for spectators who like to do things a little more on the high end, as it were.
So we've been watching our Dawn Patrol get inflated and get hot, if you will, and now it appears
it's like somebody's walking.
Maybe
just
they're getting in position
launch.
To actually do a launch this morning, and we're going to try something a little different with them this morning. Once we get them in the air, we're going to see if you can light up the field for them to take a picture. Look at the camera there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, we tried this the other night when we got sort of a candlestick glow underway. Was that Sunday night now? And we did the phone glow thing.
I think it was Saturday night.
Saturday night. Okay.
I think it was Saturday night.
And we did you tried the all phone glow, where we asked people to light their phones up and turn them here toward our tower, and that worked pretty well. It was kind of interesting.
And today we're going to point them to the sky.
To the sky. Dawn Patrol wants to try and get a picture of that looking down at the field.
Yeah. So as they get airborne, we'll get you to help us with that, if you would, please, this morning. There's Tim Taylor in the I'm not sure what he's calling that new one. Probably D4 or D5.
Could be.
The new Stars and Stripes pattern with the big eagle on it. There is a Stars and Stripes balloon out there with Kurt Bramble. Matthew Grote has Jester Unwind.
Tony Villa is watching from New York City. All right. Good morning, Tony.
We definitely have audience from everywhere today.
Lubbock, Texas,
online.
Sioux Falls, South Dakota, Lafayette, Louisiana, not too far from my home in Keithville, just a few hours drive down south. Massapequa?
Okay.
Is that how you would pronounce that in New York?
All right.
I'm going to take a shot at it.
Melbourne, Australia is online.
Salina, Ohio, northern Mississippi.
Traffic on Alameda is checking in.
Dallas, Texas, Navarre, Florida. Let's see, Massachusetts.
Leesburg, Florida, and Peoria, Illinois.
Georgia is checking in this morning, the night the lights went out in Georgia.
Canada is here. Charlotte, North Carolina. Fairview Heights, Illinois.
Ardmore, Pennsylvania has checking in. So, yeah, folks all over. Allen County, Ohio. Silverdale, Washington from up in the northwest.
China just checked in. Canton, Ohio.
Puerto Rico. I've flown down in Puerto Rico. Did a balloon event down there some years ago.
Folks from Indianola, the National Hot Air Balloon Classic event there.
Yep, North Dakota, Longview, Texas, checking in again. Home of the great Texas balloon race, of course. So, yeah. Always good to see from where all of our viewers are checking in. And literally, as you can imagine, it's all across the United States and indeed around the world, which is Pretty amazing.
And our Dawn Patrol is lifting off this morning.
Boy, look at the
And they
crowd.
are not doing it one at a time.
Nope.
They are doing a true mass ascension. All the Dawn Patrol team members in the sky at the same time. Kind of a little formation flying, if you will.
That new balloon with the eagle on the side is really impressive.
It really is.
Boy, when that light, see when that lights up, man, that's gorgeous.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen on the field, we need everyone's cooperation. If you would please turn on the flashlight or the screen of your camera, and I'm going to ask you to point it to the sky in just, we're going to do a little countdown, and then we'll point it down up to the sky. So right now, turn on your lights and point it down at the ground so that the Dawn Patrol show guys can't see your cameras yet. And we're going to have everybody on the ground turn their cameras to the sky, please, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Turn your cameras up. Point them at the sky.
Now, sadly, we don't have a camera in one of the Dawn Patrol balloons.
We'll have to get the
We'll have to
pictures
get the
from
pic-
them.
But we can see. You can look from
We
here
can
all
see a lot
across
of
the
cameras,
field.
yeah.
Yeah, we can see a lot of the lights twinkling now. It's kind of like a star field on the ground here. You can even see it there on the feed.
Yeah.
So hopefully the Dawn Patrol folks will get some good shots of that this morning for us. Because that was their request, after all.
That was
their idea. They wanted to see that happen. So we're just trying to be the obliging couple of folks that we are.
Dawn Patrol, did you get your picture?
We did. Thank you so much.
All right, they got the photo. Good for them.
Great job, everybody. Thank you very much. Dawn Patrol, have a great flight this morning.
Dawn Patrol, by the way, is sponsored by
Route 66, Casino and Hotel.
I was trying to
Hotel
cue,
and Casino.
cue you, and I wasn't sure you were going to catch and jump in there. So, yeah, Route 66, Casino
And we do
Hotel.
a full show on
On the weekends.
our Mass Ascension morning.
Yeah,
so that's
that's
weekends
true.
and Wednesdays. So,
Yeah,
yep.
so maybe I was a little bit off the mark there because normally the show is the weekends and Wednesday, Mass Ascension days. But
That's all right. We're going to get a show in here this
But-
morning, just not the show we normally do.
Well,
We're going to make up a different one.
it never hurts to give a sponsor a plug. So
Not
there
at
you
all.
Go. Yeah.
Not at all.
They're doing a really nice job staying there all
Staying
in one,
together?
one formation, if it were, as it were. What do you call it? What do you call a? Is it a flock of balloons or a gaggle or a glob or?
Not sure.
I don't know that we have it. Maybe we need to come up with a term for that. You know, it would be
Get
nice.
past the lights.
Well,
here.
I was going to say if we could get them to do an all burn, I had the same idea. It'd be nice to get a picture of them while they're in formation, but getting past the, well, if I hold my hand up over to block the light, now my hand's in the middle of the picture. That doesn't work. Sometimes, yeah, this hour of the morning, it's tough to get a picture from here with the TV lights that we have on set.
Yeah, okay, great, thanks.
So
I'm on the air.
might have to relay that, let someone else take on that. A babble of balloons? That's Lee Godfrey's idea.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not sure there is a term for that because generally we don't fly.
We'll have to make one up.
Yeah, we'll have to create
We
something.
can make up stuff here. So Mike Hefferon in the yellow, purple, and green spiral, kind of leading the way with, let's see, who's next to him there?
Well, and they're actually coming just to the
Yeah.
left of us, and now if
Chuck
they get up
Schick
there
and good looking.
in the dark, I
They're
might-
kind of the first two. Then you have Greg Lindsay and Floating Oasis right there in the middle of everything with the kind of checkerboard yellows. That's Jester Unwinds and our team lead of Matthew Grote. We mentioned Tim Taylor in the red, white, and blue with the eagle, and Kurt Bramble in the other red, white, and blue.
I'm going to see while they're beside us if we can get them to do an all burn. Dawn Patrol, if you can hear us, you're right over the tower. Why don't we do an all burn in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, all burn.
Also up there is Rick Jones and Polar Dawn. Kind of hard to tell you which one's which as they're all grouped together there. Did you get the picture?
I did.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Even with our
Even got a little bit of Balloon Fiesta Live
background in there
yeah.
as well.
Yeah.
That is certainly pretty. You know, we had a really great shot of Dawn Patrol from previous years that we put on the back of a hoodie that we're selling over there at the merchandise tent.
Yeah?
And one of the Dawn Patrol teams actually decided to make that their uniform this year. And ahead of Balloon Fiesta came in and bought those hoodies, I think, for all their crew.
Oh, okay. That's cool. Andrew Burlingame says a Congress of balloons. And I'm not getting all of the comments because it says a Congress of balloons cause of, and then usually there's a.
He hit send too soon.
See more, or well, I've noticed several comments like that where I'm only seeing part of them. But I'm not sure why he's suggesting that, but I like that, a Congress of balloons.
We got someone, Wayne is suggesting a fleet of balloons. Elzo is saying it's a herd.
That's probably appropriate sometimes.
A group of balloons is called a Gordon Bennett.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
but, I mean, that's already been used, so we're trying to come up with a new bit of balloon jargon. I think Congress is my favorite so far. Babel is not bad, but Congress, that sounds
Cluster of balloons is another.
quite official. So while we continue to check in on who is checking in with us and debating what to call a gaggle of balloons or a Congress of balloons, let's get over to pilot briefing and get the latest weather information for today.
For these showers to our south, right around 50 miles to the south of Albuquerque. They are starting to weaken, as you can see, and the trend is expected to continue. So as they work their way north towards us, not expecting them to impact our flight, and they should dissipate by the time they get here. So that's not going to be an issue for us this morning. What we've got in the upper levels, I'll kind of explain this here, is we've got a localized high pressure system across the upper northern Texas, and so the clockwise flow around Texas there is going to enforce some southerly flow here. We've got that weak area of low pressure that's kind of migrated back to southern Arizona, and that counterclockwise flow is also going to reinforce that southerly flow across New Mexico. So what I'm expecting in the upper levels of the flight window this morning is that southerly flow, and it's been somewhat inconsistent as what we've seen this morning. So I'll jump to the DTEC system and then we'll jump back here for a second. So this, you can see the southerly flow has started to develop. When we started looking at the weather this morning, we actually had northwest winds there in say the 2,500 foot and above. I think that southerly flow, as those systems become a bit more established, especially the high to our east, is going to reinforce that southerly flow. So the good news is that, and we can see this with the Dawn Patrol this morning, is that I think the box is going to be in play. And it'll be the normal Albuquerque box, not something that the east-west box like you saw yesterday morning. So in general, we're going to start to see we saw with the Dawn Patrol this morning, the low-level drainage is there, and I think it'll be fairly light. We're going to be pretty much dominated by localized effects here this morning. So you'll have the drainage in the near surface layer. Then you'll have some variable winds in between. And then I think once you get above about 2,000 feet or so, you'll have the box taking you back, the upper part of the box taking you back to the north. Okay, so we have, let's see here. Let me put up the drone winds, maybe. There we go. Generally, when we did the drone winds this morning, very, very light winds in the near surface layer, less than 5 miles an hour. All out of the north or northeast, so that was showing that drainage starting to develop. And in the pieball information here, you can see that we're detecting similar conditions, that northerly flow through about 1,000 feet or so, and then once you get above that, we had an easterly wind, and then it takes on more of a southerly flavor once you get above about 2,500 feet or so. Let me see here. For the TAFs, the TAF outlooks for today are really good. through 11 a.m. at Albuquerque Sunport, a wind of 360 at 6 knots, so that's that drainage wind. 6 miles or greater visibility and a broken deck at 7,000. Double eagle, similar, 360 at 6 knots. Visibility greater than 6 miles and overcast at 7,000. So really good conditions this morning. Quick outlook here for the Red Rocks event on Monday morning. Just to kind of summarize what we're going to see, an area of low pressure to our west start to re-strengthen and later on today, and that's going to bring more moisture into the region. Could see some showers and thunderstorms redevelop across the area. We'll have to keep an eye on that for this afternoon's event. And then that low is going to be somewhat pesky and kind of hang around across the area tomorrow and into Sunday. But then it starts to work its way out of the area. So I'm looking at improving conditions towards more normal conditions anyway on Monday. And I think it looks fairly decent for the Gallops Red Rock event with a light southerly or even southeasterly wind. So I think it looks fairly good for Monday morning over on the western side of the state. Okay, with that, I have my weather helpers this morning, Jan and Martin Hora, in the back, and they have the pieball. Do we have a launch director in the area to give them permission to launch?
I think it's on one of those competitors' fishing lines.
So the pilots at pilot briefing are watching the.
I was going to say, it was almost like stunned silence.
Yeah.
Like, really? It's that good?
Well, we're watching the Dawn Patrol, and as Brad alluded to, and as we predicted even before that, there is a level of box up there. The Dawn Patrol balloons went south until they got up probably somewhere around 500-600 feet, and now they have turned off to the west, a little bit of north in there. And I'm looking way up high. One of the red, white, and blue balloons seems to be getting a little bit more north. So as he said, there's some kind of light and variable, great steerage for our competition later this morning. And the higher they go, they get a little more north direction.
And that will probably develop, that north direction will probably develop more as the sun comes up and the typical southerly winds aloft begin to set in. By the way, speaking of the red, white, and blue balloon you were talking about, the one with the eagle on the side,
yes.
The balloon is called We the People.
Oh, okay.
Got that from our Facebook comments.
Great.
And a couple of other suggestions for a bunch
I
of
have
balloons.
a number of them as well.
Well, there was somebody suggested a ballast of balloons. Somebody else said a bouquet of balloons.
Got that one over here.
Yeah.
I've got a platoon of balloons.
A platoon of balloons. I like that. That's
Yeah.
kind of nice. So, still having some fun with that.
Someone else says a group of balloons would be a hottie. A blizzard of balloons. A government of balloons. Yeah.
A dazzle. That's kind of interesting. So lots of cool suggestions there. Eric Wiggins checking in from Longview. Good morning, Eric. I know a lot of the folks in Longview since I used to be a resident there some years ago and have been the voice of the Great Texas Balloon Race for about, closing in on 30 years. Since let's see, what does this say? A dazzle of balloons would be cute since a herd of zebras is called a dazzle. Now, I did not know that.
Oh, okay.
So, and the Fiesta calls the ground referees zebras or zebras. So, yeah. The other comment that was interesting, and I'm going to point this right directly at Andrew Hawley, wherever he is on the field, and trust that he or some of his people are listening. I know Mike and some of the team over in the UK are watching us each morning. And the comment was from a balloonist in the UK, said, watching Balloon Fiesta live is great. We should have this at one of the prestigious events in England, in the UK. And all right, Windfire Productions has already said, our director Gary is downstairs, says, I'm in, when do we pack?
Let's go.
Let's go. And
Let's
I know
go.
that you and I have talked about,
Yep.
you would like to be over there co-announcing.
That would be great.
Longleat with me, the Sky Safari. So Andrew Holly, there's your next challenge, buddy. Let's get Balloon Fiesta Live on the road and take it to the UK and do Sky Safari live.
We could do that.
We'll create a background, and Art and I are ready to go, as is apparently Windfire Productions. We'll pack the whole gang up and head over.
I was going to say, we've got the whole package, the whole team. Let's just, let's go.
Yeah.
From talent in front of and behind the cameras, even more so behind the cameras.
More so behind, yes.
the technical expertise
but
there, yeah.
We've got Balloon Fiesta in a box, so there you go. So,
hey, Ran is being a great cheerleader for us on our YouTube side here.
Yeah.
Asking for folks to subscribe and give us some thumbs up and all those types of things. They also asked earlier this morning if we had any official word on maybe doing that record-breaking attempt with the RC balloons this morning.
Right.
No official word on that, but sometimes we don't get those until it kind of happens. With the weather conditions today, I would not be surprised at all to see all the RC balloons up. And so I think today will be the day we will do that, although I do not have anything official that we'll attempt that today. But
Gary Palmer suggesting a battalion of balloons, kind of like that too. It's got a nice ring to it.
Genesis is asking, are they flying today? Well, Dawn Patrol is up, as you can see, and the pilots are just wrapping up at pilot briefing, and they would be scheduled to launch their balloons starting in about 29 minutes or 30 minutes or so. We usually set the balloon of the day up right at 7 o'clock, send them off with the colors and the national anthem at 7. Once they are up in the air, then the rest of our balloons can inflate and get up as well. The game plan today is to launch about half of the balloons from the field. All of our special shapes will stand up on the field. Many of them will probably fly today. And then the other half of the regular shaped balloons will attempt to fly into the field in some different competitive tasks this morning.
Yeah.
So lots of ballooning going on in kind of waves or stages, as you will, as we go through the morning.
Someone on Facebook was asking if it was going to be a mass ascension. Technically, no, it's not a mass ascension, but there will be a mass of balloons in the air. And a couple of other suggestions. Someone said a float of balloons or a rise of balloons. One of our Intrepid team is down on the field as always, our Intrepid field reporter Ruth Lind. Ruth, got any suggestions for what we call a group of balloons? And not quite sure who the guest is, but she's going to interview someone there on Balloon Fiesta Park. So Ruth, take it away.
Yes, I kind of like a rise of balloons. That makes sense to me.
Yeah.
But with me here this morning is Peyton Cusick from Marysville, Ohio. Now, I don't know if you guys remember, but I do. Peyton has been a guest on our show many times in the past, to the point where I'm thinking we need to offer him a job. Would you like that, Peyton?
Yes.
Would you like to have my job someday?
I don't know.
What do you think I do in my job?
No clue. I don't know.
I ride around with these guys and talk to people. Does that sound like fun to you?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Now, Peyton, tell us, you have been coming here how many years, and how do you get here?
I've been here 4 years, and all 4 years I've either driven out, but this year I flew out because I had some things going on this year.
You do? Do you have to rush home to get back to school, or are you just off?
We drive home after the flight every Friday.
That's cool. Are you looking forward to getting back to school, or would you rather just hang out here with us?
I'd rather hang out here.
Very, very cool. Peyton, thank you for joining us again. It is Kids Day, and I'm very happy that our first interview of the day is with Peyton. Back to you guys.
Well done, Ruth. Well done. And tell Peyton we'd love to have him join the team. I can tell you the job doesn't pay nearly as much as it's kind of like when we used to work in radio. You know, we had that saying, it was all the fame and glory you could eat.
Right.
Yeah.
That
So
was
this is one of those gigs, but it's a great gig. And hey, we've talked all week about bringing youth into ballooning, so why not bring some youth into Balloon Fiesta Live?
Got to keep it going that way. So that's it. Good to see you again, Peyton. Thanks for talking with Ruth here.
Absolutely.
Couple more on our, what should we call this, liftoff, mass liftoff type of thing. A group of balloons here should be called a kirky.
A kirky?
Like in Albuquerque.
Oh, okay.
Or maybe a flotilla, or
Yeah.
hot groupies of balloons.
A troop of balloons has been suggested. A basket or bouquet. Second time I've seen bouquet. A galaxy of
Ooh,
balloons.
yeah.
That's kind of nice. Yeah.
Asking if there's a green flag this morning. Not yet, because pilot's briefing isn't
Still
over
ongoing.
yet.
That's right.
At the end of pilot's briefing, we fully expect it to go green. We can't really get all of our balloons in the sky until sunup, and we're still about 25 minutes away from that.
Somebody was suggesting Kirky as a group of balloons based on Albuquerque, of course. Last year, my friend Andrew Hawley got a new cat, and he went on social media asking people to name the cat, and he was asking for a name that would, somewhat represent Albuquerque. And I suggested Rio from the river, Rio Grande,
right.
And they ended up naming the kitten Rio. So yeah, a Kirky of balloons, or maybe a.
So you have naming rights.
I have naming rights, yes. Yeah, and strangely, I didn't get to meet Rio when I was over the UK.
No.
I should have put that on my list to get to go over and say hello to Rio and say, hey, Cat, I'm the guy that named you, so come on.
Here's one of our special shapes already inflating
crisp
here today.
Balloon.
I'm wondering, because of where they are, I'm wondering if they might be the balloon of the day.
It might be. Cosmic Crisp is flown by Steve and Cynthia Wilkinson out of California. But, we'll have to see. It looks like they're kind of, there is a dark orb, which led me to create dork, but a dark orb over close to the main stage, but I can't quite tell because of the TV lights in my eyes if that's where Cosmic Crisp is or not. We'll wait and see. I'm sure that someone will tell us at some point. A twinkling of balloons, that's kind of sweet.
That's kind of nice too, yeah.
Yeah, some great. A barrage, is that how that's pronounced? Borage? B-O-R-A-G-E. Barrage is usually B-A-R-R.
Yeah.
So maybe that's.
A barrage is what I would think, but.
Yeah, maybe that's French. I don't know. But
could be. So we've just got word that pilot's briefing has concluded, and if the green flag is not already up on the pole, they're about to raise the green flag.
Okay, great.
Technically, the green flag is up. Whether the flag has actually made it up the flagpole or not yet, they're probably on their way over there to make sure that has happened as well. Now, there's a great shot. You see Dawn Patrol just kind of hanging out over to the west, northwest a little bit with the Cosmic Crisp balloon inflating down by the stage.
Colby Jones wants our job. He says, I want to be the balloon announcer in Albuquerque. Well, Colby. Yeah. Maybe someday. You never can tell. I said the same thing back in 1989 and in 1990. Lo and behold, here I was, and here I am.
Yeah. Hey, Bart is sending us greetings from Belgium and hopes to participate someday with their funny bunny balloon. We'd love to have you.
A bubble of balloons.
Good morning, Carol Bear. Good to see that you're online with us. Hope you are doing well.
I'm just scrolling back to see if there are any interesting terms that maybe we missed, or maybe I missed in the Facebook group.
Balloons repositioning themselves there. Remember, about half of our regular shaped balloons will now be leaving the field to go find a launch site to be able to fly back into the field. The other half of our regular shaped balloons will launch from here as will our special shape balloons, although many of our special shapes may opt to just stand up today. They have the option of standing up and giving you the opportunity to get up close and personal, talk to the pilots and the crew, get those shots up inside the balloon or the selfies with the pilot in the basket, etc. Other special shapes will opt to actually fly away from the field this morning, and that is the pilot's decision and discretion to decide whether they're going to fly or stand up. And there's the green flag officially.
Everyone's been asking about it, so yep, the green flag is up. Kelly Luberta suggests a balloon palooza. Ray Valdez, I think, says a ballad of balloons. Again, that's one of those comments that I don't see the entire thing. A plethora. A balloon bump.
Okay.
Things that go bump in the pre-dawn sky, as it were. So, yeah, some pretty creative names out there for what you would call a group of balloons flying together like that.
And they're not moving away very fast at all. They're just kind of hanging right off the western side of the field here.
A queue of balloons. Must be someone from England or from the UK, because we don't use the word queue over here very much.
Well, except about Albuquerque sometimes is called the queue.
The queue, yeah. But
so it could be from either place.
Yeah, and she has it spelled, obviously, Q-U-E-U-E, which is how you spell the word queue anyway, but capitalized Q-U-E in a homage to Albuquerque, I would guess.
Yeah, the Dawn Patrol guys are basically in parking mode up there.
A bumble of balloons, so that's kind of cool.
So as we get ready to have our balloons inflate here this morning, you still have lots of time to be able to grab that breakfast burrito, that cup of coffee, the donut, or do some of that souvenir shopping. Being that it is day 7 of 9 days, some of the merchandise supplies may be getting a little thin over there. We've had some pretty decent crowds, but last I checked, there was still some good selections over there, but don't wait. Go ahead and get your things, your merchandise, your souvenirs, and all that great stuff picked up today. Probably also a good time to mention that we're already talking about 2023.
That's right.
As well as, even though we still have today, tomorrow, and Sunday to go.
Right.
And the new bumper sticker for 2023 is out.
Yep, came out yesterday.
Came out yesterday, and so 2023 is going to be a view from above. And you can swing by our information booths here on the field, or our merchandise tents, or a number of other places. I think they'll have them in the Gondola Club, Sponsor Hospitality. A number of those places, we've put these bumper stickers all around the park. We would love for you to take a couple.
Yeah, they're free for the taking, as a matter of fact.
They are, and when you get back home, put them on your vehicle so that folks...
Well, don't wait till you get home. Just slap it on. Well, assuming you drove out here.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the folks that
people who flew in.
If you live here, yeah.
Well, slap it on the side of that Southwest Airlines plane. Nobody's going to know. You know, as you're boarding, just reach out, go pow, and just stick it right there.
There's this thing, and I'm not sure what it is, that, you know, there is the Southwest little heart logo right there as you get in the door of a Southwest plane.
Right.
And there's this thing happening with at least some folks I follow, of putting your hand on it and taking a picture of your hand on that as you board the plane.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm not real sure what that's all about or any of those types of things, but yeah, maybe you could
Yeah, just, you know.
We shouldn't advocate that.
Oh, what the heck. You know, just have the back already peeled off, and as you walk onto the plane, and, you know, and the flight attendant says, good morning or good afternoon, you know, and welcome aboard, whatever, you go, hey, yeah, bam. And just stick an Albuquerque balloon sticker right there on the, you know, I mean, hey, when you're in an aircraft, that's a view from above, right?
Yeah,
so
but
let's
you're
get
tampering
with
a federally registered aircraft. So, yeah, maybe not. Maybe not the best idea.
Just don't tell them you heard it here.
That's right. We deny every part of it.
But do pick up knowledge.
Do pick up a bumper sticker or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 while you're here, and help spread the word about Balloon Fiesta number 51. starting as late as it can in the year. This is the earliest it can start because
Right.
it always starts on a Saturday.
It starts on the first Saturday after October the 1st. Well, this year, the first Saturday was October the 1st. Next year, it will be on October the 7th, so that's as late as it can be.
Start.
Because that would be one full week after October the 1st.
Just thinking, that gives us one more week to prepare.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One more week to sleep. It gives me a little more break to come back from the UK and gives you a little time off after Plano. Because this year was quite a quick turnaround for the both of us. I was back from the UK for just 4 or 5 days, and you were fewer days than that, leaving Plano, Texas to get here to do this event. So, yeah, normally we have a week in between, but this year with the calendar being what it was, we didn't.
A pilot emulating the Sid Cutter statute there.
Oh, yeah. So
Art would adjust my radios.
I was going to
here
say, Art
things
has his gaggle of radios up here. Now we can come up with a word for that. What's a grouping of radios? A lot of noise is what it is. Can we order the bumper stickers online if we can't make it to the Fiesta? Are the stickers available in balloonfiestastuff.com? Art's listening.
I'm sorry, yes.
Art's listening to the officials. Someone was asking if they can get the bumper stickers online if they're not here.
well, you will be able to get them from balloonfiestastuff.com, but not until Wednesday.
Okay, after the event.
Yeah, after the event, when the
Right.
store comes back online on Wednesday, you'll be able to get the bumper stickers from there.
Okay, all right. So yes, you can get them online. You'll just have to wait a few days. What bumper stickers? I'm here at Balloon Fiesta. We'll go into one of the official souvenir, one of our official merchandise tents, or
The information
the
booth.
information booth, and you'll see them. They're great. We do a bumper sticker every year that announces the dates and the theme for the next year's Balloon Fiesta, and those are the bumper stickers we're talking about.
So this is Special Shapes Day here at Balloon Fiesta, yesterday and today. And Ruth Lind has caught up with one of our Special Shape pilots. Ruth?
Yes, I sure have. I'm down here with Alex Behrens. Alex is from the Netherlands. He's flying the Globy balloon today, and I understand you have some fun stories for us.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Miss Globy is a brand new special shape. And Miss Globy is telling stories to children about education, about the climate, about Earth, that we have to be really careful with it.
That's such a great way to tell those stories. What gave you the idea to start this program?
Well, it's my first time here in Albuquerque. And I was the first time I was here in '95 with my dad with the Peacock balloon. And in 2010 I was here as a first time as a primary pilot with the Rooster balloon. And when the Rooster was retired, I wanted to make a new special shape for traveling the world, but I wanted to tell a story with it. So we made a new special shape, and we designed Mr. Globy, and we wanted to tell stories. So we have AV as well on the flag, and AV has questions about the Earth, how things are working. And Globy has the answers of all that questions. And we made children books with it for education, and on that way we travel around the world and telling good stories to children about that we have to be really careful about the Earth. And that's the reason why Mr. Globy is watching down to the Earth. So when we fly in the air, he's looking and to find everybody who has got questions.
Oh, what a wonderful, wonderful idea. What a great program. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. Where do you go next, Alex, after Albuquerque?
After Albuquerque, we go back to Europe, and then we start the winter season, and then we go to Austria, Switzerland, and France.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for joining us this year in Albuquerque. Glen, Art, I'm going to send it back to you on the stage.
Helps if you turn on the microphone. Thanks, Ruth. And yeah, we had a nice visit with the Mr. Globy earlier this morning. He came up backstage and gave both Art and I pens and told us the story of the balloon. And quite an interesting thing that he's doing with that. His family, multi-generational. He was telling us that he had come here with his father for a number of years, and now he is here with his children. Had to get special permission from the government to bring the kids here so that they could miss a little bit of school, but they are getting an education that you could never get in a classroom while they're here. So really a great story behind Mr. Globey, and even was showing us that on his pins, the pin stays the same, but they changed the name of the event and the flag. For example, the pin this year has the American flag on it, but they were just at an event in Belgium, and so that pin would have the Belgium flag on it. So, track down some pins from Mr. Globey from around the world, you might end up with a pretty unique collection there.
So we're starting to get some lightening of the sky as the sun gets closer to sunrise. You can start to see that there's still clouds in the area.
Yeah.
But again, all the winds are looking good. The green flag is still up.
Well, and all the preparations on the field are underway for what looks like to be a great morning launch. There we are on the, there's a shot of the rooftop studio in the background
right at the top.
there.
That's us waving up there. See there?
Well, that's you waving up
okay.
there.
You could join in.
Well, yeah, I could.
But
My
you'd have to get,
hands are in my pockets.
The balloon we're seeing set up here is Tristan McLean's Hot Minute, one of our Exxon Mobil balloons.
That's what I was trying to say, and I was having a senior moment, mental blank on Tristan's name. I was going to call him Travis or something, so I didn't say because I knew I'd get it wrong.
Now both radios are going at the same time.
Well, that's always fun.
Yeah. Well, part of that is we're trying to get some vehicles moved that are parked in the wrong place, and we're getting very close to the launch of our balloon of the day and the national anthem.
And I'm guessing that must be the Cosmic Crisp balloon today, because
they're the only ones up.
They're the only ones standing up, so they would be ready to launch as balloon of the day, our first balloon up. And
hey, there's a great shot looking at the top of the balloon. You can see that there is this big opening there, and they're going to have to put the top in. That would be the vent or the parachute top, and they're just going to tab it in. You can see them, they're working on that. Actually, they kind of start from the bottom and work up. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, but we usually started at the top and worked our way around.
But if you can grab a tab that lines up, you do have to make sure they line up correctly.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they won't stay. And that's only there while you're on the ground, laying over on the side like that. Once he stands the balloon up, they're going to pull all those Velcro tabs loose. Here's looking from the other angle, down at the throat, looking up that way. You can see the opening, and looks like that's probably Tristan inside, kind of make sure the lines are untangled. Exactly what he's doing. The line's going all the way up to the top that we were talking about. Maybe that's why they started on the side, because the line was a little tangled, or not so much tangled as much as folded into the fabric there. As you put all that in there, the line just gets caught, not even caught, just wrapped up in
Just wrapped up in it,
yeah.
And so, I don't know if his balloon, some balloons have a pulley system to make pulling that the top easier. And I know in my balloon, occasionally when you pack the bag up and all that fabric just gets stuffed together, then when you get it out of the bag, sometimes some of those centering lines and the pulley were just wrapped up in some of the fabric on the ground, and you kind of have to get that fabric spread apart to loosen the lines so that you can tab in the top.
Yep.
And it looks like maybe the crown line was kind of tangled up
Looped
as
through
well,
there too.
as they're clearing that.
Easy to do when you pack up, to get things wrapped around, but that's part of the setup of your balloon, is to go through this process, and literally all the weight comes up to that ring at the top where all those webbing lines, the load tapes are connected. And here he is working the line down at the other end.
Well, and if you have turning vents, then all balloons have a single red line that runs, that allows you to open that parachute top, the maneuvering vent. But if you have turning vents, one or two on each side of the balloon, then you have additional lines that come down into the basket, and so it can be quite a jumble of ropes that you want to have straightened out and in their proper positions.
Looks like he's got a couple of cameras connected there, GoPros or other types of cameras. I know that Tristan likes to fly with those cameras, 360 cameras and things like that. He's into having all of that on his basket, and so that's all hooked up.
Yeah.
Extra things.
Well, I know Joe Zavada, we used to have his video earlier.
Yeah, we did.
And Joe does the same thing. He's always got a GoPro or some other similar camera mounted to his basket and is filming when he's in flight, and then posts a lot of his in-flight videos on his social media. So a lot of pilots are doing that these days. Ina Vanderkratz has tuned in. She's watching. So Martin Axtell says, Glenn and Art, why in the USA do you have Kevlar flying wires and in the UK we have steel? Well, Kevlar came along and was developed as a protection against power line contacts. Kevlar will not conduct electricity, and so it's a safety feature, Martin. Some balloons are still built with steel cables, and many of the manufacturers offer that as an option. You can have either the standard steel cables, or you can have Kevlar. But Kevlar came about really back around in the early 1990s when I
remember.
I built my first balloon, Yellow Rose, and it had Kevlar cables, and they were very new at that time, and they were expensive. If you burn one of the cables and burn the covering off, you have to have it repaired before you can go fly again, because it exposes the Kevlar, and in theory the Kevlar degrades when it's exposed to direct sunlight and the elements. I don't think it degrades to the point that it endangers your safety, but anyway, they're simply a safety factor, and they've been marketed that way here in the States, and a number of pilots do opt for them. I would imagine they're available in the UK. Maybe they're just not as popular there, but that's what they are, Martin. They're simply marketed as an added safety feature here, because Kevlar will not conduct electricity in the event of a power line strike.
The balloons I fly still have the stainless steel cables, so yes, it's just an option.
It's an option.
That's all it is.
You can get either one. All of mine, I always had Kevlar on my balloons, and purely did it for the perception of my own safety.
Yep. So we are about 3 minutes away from our national anthem. They have temporarily put the launch on hold, however. There is a shower that just all of a sudden popped up off to the south, about 5 or 6 miles away.
How dare
So, of course, our Dawn Patrol is still flying, so they're watching that as well. We will do our national anthem here at 7 o'clock, and we're just going to watch that shower for a few minutes, but we are temporarily on a slight hold. So our Cosmic Crisp balloon will light up with our national anthem, and he will be released to go at some point after the hold is lifted. There's a shot from our stage cam. We're up on the actual scissor lift there, looking down at the crowd.
Our audience is nothing if not observant. Rick Kobelin, maybe, says, I would be concerned about him wearing his boots inside his envelope. We're talking about Tristan walking inside the envelope. You know, and that's another one of those things that it's just a matter of opinion. Some pilots will never walk in their balloons, and if they do, they take their shoes off. Others walk inside freely and don't, really give it a second thought.
Yep.
Again, that's just purely a personal preference thing.
Oh, there was a discussion here too about, do you put the top back in at deflation, or do you put it in before you launch? Another personal preference.
Exactly. Now, I used to prefer to tab it in when we were packing up, and that way it was already in place. And because I used to also do an out-of-the-bag inflation, where you just connect the cables up, open the bag, start the fan, and rather than pulling all that fabric out and stretching it out flat across the ground and then trying to fill it, we blew it out of the bag so that I always thought that was a quicker way of inflating the balloon. But again, just purely personal preference and how you like to operate.
What I always liked about the bag inflations was you didn't have the envelope stretched out. You couldn't have people step on it or walk over it or those types of things. So usually in a crowded situation, that's when I would do a bag inflation.
Sure.
Out on a normal flight, we stretch it out and go from there. We also, a lot of balloonists have taken to now strapping the balloon as they pack it up.
Yep, I did that. did that as well. Yeah, it's all a matter of personal preference, but I was a big believer in if you did all of that as you packed the balloon up, it was less work to do and you were ready to fly. You knew next time the balloon was ready to fly. And like I say, all you had to do was, what I would do is I say, connect the cables, crank the fan, start pulling it out of the bag, and then unstrap as you went along.
And a lot of the competitors do that so that they can be in the air in minutes versus tens of minutes.
Well, a lot of competitors race pack, where they actually just pack the envelope down into the basket.
That too.
Don't even use a bag.
Yep.
They just pack it back down, leave all the cables connected, pack it down into the basket, and that way all they have to do is lay the basket on its side, crank the fan, and go.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get things started with the performance of our national anthem by Brittany Graham.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Brittany Graham and our national anthem this morning, our balloon of the day, Cosmic Crisp, standing up, has the flag attached, but we are on a slight hold due to a little pop-up thunder rain shower, I guess I should call it.
We'll probably just delay the launch
just by a few minutes here.
The balloon of the day for a few minutes.
And thanks to all the pilots who set their burners off for us at the end of the national anthem.
Yeah. Here's another.
It's a good way to do a burner test.
Absolutely.
Right.
Another quick question. Okay, we'll get to that in just a second. I was just going to say another quick question we had here on the in the Facebook group. Another British pilot says, why do most U.S. balloons have full skirts, whereas European balloons have half scoops? Well, that's really not true anymore. The scoop was developed years ago by Cameron Balloons, and I would dare say that the majority of balloons in the United States nowadays are built with scoops. The skirt was the original design, and they were originally designed because the burners were so unreliable that the scoop helped to protect them from wind that would blow the pilot lights out. The skirt would, rather. But that's not a true observation any longer. The great majority of balloons built in the United States have scoops. Skirts have really kind of gone the way of yesteryear. They're sort of retro now. Just to
the new ones are ones that are replacements for what was original equipment.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, you don't see that many balloons in the States anymore with skirts. They just have gone away, and thank goodness, because I could never do that Batman thing you have to do when you.
I'm good at it.
Or I could never get that done. I've had scoops on my balloon since my first balloon, and that was back in 1990. So they're not anything new.
No.
And certainly it's not fair to say that the majority of balloons in the U.S. have skirts. That's just not a true observation any longer.
Ruth Lind is caught up with some folks with a special occasion. Ruth?
Oh my goodness, yes. You know, the first Balloon Fiesta was not the only wonderful thing that happened 50 years ago. Another wonderful thing that happened 50 years ago was that Bud and Wendy Person got married. And here they are, their golden wedding anniversary, and they're at Balloon Fiesta.
Yeah. Actually, this is our 32nd in 35 years. And this is our anniversary present to each other, come out one more time.
One more time?
Well, maybe there's another one.
Yeah, maybe.
But you never know.
And Bud, you're the pilot. Wendy, do you drive Chase, or are you also a pilot?
I am not a pilot. We don't need one more thing to argue about. We've been married 50 years. Who's gonna fly today?
Okay,
Yeah.
so few marriages these days last that long. Everybody wants to know, what's your secret?
I'll defer to what you said. Marry early, young, don't argue, and live long.
That sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
We still argue, though.
Yeah, well.
I just need to say that the last 40 years of the 50 have been ballooning.
That's true.
What? That's...
Yeah, December will be my 40th year flying balloons.
Oh my goodness. So what can be better? 50 years of marriage and 40 years of ballooning.
It's like 90 years.
90 years. Okay, I'll take it. I think we are going to...
You have no idea how much this woman has put up with in the last 50 years.
Well, it clearly suits you well. You both look very happy, and I hope you have a wonderful flight today. Glen, Art, we're going to send it back up to the stage.
Thanks, Ruth, and please say a personal hello to Bud for me. He and I have been friends and seen each other on the ballooning circuit for a number of years. He with the balloon Screwed Up Gator.
Right.
And yeah, so it's congratulations to our lucky couple out there. Well, I don't know if they're lucky. Well, maybe they are. There's probably a certain amount of luck that goes into being married for
at 90 years.
Well,
50 years of marriage and
Bud,
another 40 of
you guys
ballooning.
are looking pretty good for 90 years old.
They
So.
are good. Congratulations to Bud and Wendy.
Absolutely.
Glad that we could celebrate it with you here on Balloon Fiesta Live, and I know that they did some stuff. I believe they did some stuff over at Pilot's Briefing as well this morning.
Oh, good.
So congratulations to the two of you. Have an absolutely fabulous day.
A lot of questions coming in this morning on our Facebook group. Here's one, someone saying, how many people can fly in a basket safely? Well, it depends on the size of the balloon. Typical sport balloons that I flew, 77 to 90,000 cubic feet, would carry a pilot and 2 to 3 passengers generally, and it also has to deal with, how heavy are your passengers. There are a lot of considerations that go into that.
What the ambient temperature is,
what
what altitude
the altitude you're flying, all sorts of calculations, how much fuel you're carrying. If you carry just 2 tanks, 30 gallons of fuel, then maybe you've got enough lift to continue to carry an extra person. If you're flying with 4 tanks, like doing competition, flying 60 gallons of fuel, then you have less capability to carry passengers. So it all varies on largely the size of the balloon, and then there are a lot of other factors that go into it. The Rainbow Rider balloons, you hear us talking about that occasionally, they're much larger balloons and they have larger baskets. They will carry 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 people sometimes, depending again on the size of the baskets. We were talking with the gentleman who's the pilot of Mr. Globey. He does a commercial ride business over in the Netherlands, and he was telling us he flies some 600,000 cubic foot balloons.
Those are huge.
Giant.
The biggest ones we have here are about 300,000, so consider a balloon that is double the size of that.
Yeah, and I think maybe the largest I'm familiar with in the U.S. is probably a 410.
Right.
And that is monstrous. And you look at those baskets, and it looks like some of them, you could stick a VW bus underneath a balloon and go fly. And
then there are the pictures of the double-decker baskets.
Oh goodness, let's don't go there. Yeah, that scares me.
It does me too.
But so it literally depends on the size of the basket. Then of course we have the little cloud hoppers, as we refer to them, and the duo chariots. A cloud hopper is a 1-person balloon. A duo chariot, obviously duo meaning 2. And so it's all a relative. The answer is relative. Based on the size of the balloon as to how many people can fly in the balloon safely. Every balloon has like any aircraft, has a weight and balance issue that they have to figure out, and that will help you to calculate how much weight you can carry, and then you divide that into, you have to factor, as I say, are you carrying 3, kids that weigh, 100 pounds?
Right.
Are you carrying one person my size that's more than that.
And actually, that should be part of every pilot's pre-flight process.
That's right.
Is to go back and say, okay, so the temperature is, my altitude is, the weight of my system is, now what can I carry? And translate that to, is that 2 people today? Is that 3 people today? How big are those people, as you just talked about?
Right.
So I have this much weight I can safely carry today, and how does that work out? So that is part of the pre-flight process every pilot should be going through.
So that you don't overload the balloon, especially at an event like Fiesta where everybody wants to fly and you're promising you'll take your crew flying, and suddenly, I had that happen to me. I learned that lesson the hard way years ago when I was a brand new pilot flying out in Reno, Nevada, which is at about 5,000 foot or so altitude like we are here. And I was flying a 77,000 cubic foot balloon, and my sponsors wanted to fly, and so it was myself and 2 sponsors in my 77,000 cubic balloon, which at sea level was fine.
Right.
But at that altitude, I got up in the air and I couldn't clear the field because I was overloaded for the conditions that I was flying in. So I literally had to land, ask one of the sponsors to get out and come back the next day, and I would fly them then.
Sure.
Now, some of that's because I'm a big guy myself. And so, again, it's all a relative question that there are a lot of answers to, but it has all those factors come to play when you're factoring that into each flight. And as Art says, it should be a part of your pre-flight planning so that you know that you're not overloading your balloon based on the conditions of where you're flying.
We actually do have a video that we show or make available to all of our pilots that talks a lot about that weight calculation and the fact that, for the most part, Albuquerque being a mile high, that's a lot higher than most pilots fly generally where they live.
Right.
And so that in itself probably takes about 1 passenger out of their potential weight that they can carry. So we do some education along those lines and remind pilots that they do need to be doing those calculations and that it's definitely different flying here at a mile high.
It absolutely is. Ruth Lynn has caught up with, I believe our director said, the youngest pilot to solo here.
I know who that might be.
I'm
Let's
thinking
see.
I know who she might be talking with.
Oh, there we are. Yep.
Okay. Take it away, Ruth.
Yes, I might be talking to JT Head and his dad, Tarp Head. JT, youngest person ever to solo. Is it scary to solo that young?
Not really. You just got to feel confident in yourself.
And how long had you been piloting balloons before you soloed?
Ever since I was born. I've always been growing up in a balloon factory, and it's been a part of my life.
It has been a part of your life, and I'm betting that your dad taught you how to fly. What was JT like as a student, Tarp?
He was really concentrated. He was focused on learning to fly the balloon. He's always played with an iPad or a computer that had a computer simulation on flying a balloon, and then he graduated to a model balloon and then started helping me tether the big balloon, and he was very confident when it came time for him to solo.
Now, people who are watching this might not know that Tarp is the founder and owner of Head Balloons, so he builds hot air balloons. Tarp, did you build a smaller size balloon for JT to learn on?
Well, there was a smaller balloon built. It was a 26,000 cubic foot balloon, but it was actually built by a local pilot at home named David Bristol.
Oh my gosh, yes, I know David well. So did you lower the burner or anything for JT?
No, didn't have to. It was low enough for him.
Well, that's just absolutely great. And do you still have that balloon, JT?
Yes, I do.
Do you still fly it?
Once in a while then.
Well, you said that you had an ambition from the time you were quite small to be the youngest person to solo a hot air balloon. What's your next big ambition?
To be a soccer player.
A soccer player. Okay. Well, if he's this good at soloing balloons, who knows what's coming on the soccer field. Glen, Art, we'll send it back to you.
Thanks, Ruth, and congratulations again, JT. We did a little article on JT when he made his solo flight not that long ago in the Ballooning Journal. And, Tarp is founder and owner of Head Balloons out of I think he's moved back now to Helen, Georgia, as the headquarters. And one of my balloons in my past was a head envelope. In fact, I learned my instructor was Tom Hamilton, who was the editor of Balloon Life magazine at the time when I was working there, and he flew a head. So a lot of my initial instruction took place in a head balloon. So good to see Tarp and JT here.
So there's one of our Dawn Patrol balloons. That is Mike Heffron. And
if you look
bright
up,
idea.
He's right overhead.
He's just
above
kind of
us.
floating around.
Yeah. Well, he's got the sky to himself right now. So
I think the rest are kind of off behind us. Yeah, there's Tim Taylor back behind us, but yeah, they can kind of float around there. We are on a slight hold, a slight delay here. A little rain shower popped up off the side of the field. And what happens when we get a shower like that, we tend to get a little bit of outflow, or it's possible to get an outflow as that rain hits the ground. It moves the air and it comes our way out from the storm. So we're just making sure that that's not causing anything at the moment. But we have definitely not canceled anything.
No.
We're just giving that rain shower a little opportunity to dissipate, and then we should be underway.
And it doesn't seem to have kicked up wind like
last
night. We had the same thing happen, but it was a bunch of showers that were happening south of us, and that really pushed a lot of wind across the field because we broke for dinner last night, and everything was fine. Everybody thought, hey, we're going to finally get a Rodeo off.
Yeah.
And then after we had dinner and came back to the rooftop, suddenly the wind was howling, and it was all because of rain showers to the south. This one has not, knock on wood, has not had that effect yet this morning. Let's hope that it doesn't, but we are on a temporary hold. The yellow flag is up just for the time being.
Now would be a great time to wander in and among the balloons and check out the trading cards and see if you can collect those. Hey, look what just happened here on the south end. The inflator fans were started.
Yeah, I think I'm guessing officials probably gave the pilots the okay to go ahead and restart the inflation process, because many of them were on kind of hold. The fans had shut down and the balloons were just sitting there sort of half full or half inflated.
And our Balloon Fiesta officials will communicate through our launch directors, our zebras, who are then talking directly to the pilots as well. So, yeah, all of them kind of started at the same time. Those who were already in that process and had to shut it down, our ride balloons, everybody's fans are starting. So it appears that we're about to lift that hold and get things back underway. Which brings me to a question on our Facebook or on our YouTube side here, that the schedule says double ascension.
My cousins were here because they saw that and said, double ballooning or double ascension, and they were asking me what that meant. And I explained it to them, but I'll let you do that this morning.
Well,
there goes the flag of the day,
the
balloon of the day with the American flag. We've already done the national anthem, by the way, but Cosmic Crisp is the balloon of the day, and they are up and away now to signify the start of our flight this morning, and they are carrying, as our balloon of the day always does, the American flag for us.
So that double ballooning activity, or the double ascension, or whatever phrase we ended up on there, just means that we're kind of going to do two different things this morning.
Right.
We're going to launch a number of balloons. About half of our regular shaped balloons are going to launch from the field here this morning. We're going to stand up, because it's actually really a triple day if you think about it. We're going to stand up our 120 special shapes. Many of them will fly, many of them will stay static. It's up to the pilot to decide. And then the second part, or the third, if you count special shapes as its own, will be competition. And the other half of our round shape, regular shape balloons have left the field to go find a launch site that will allow them to fly back into the field and participate in competition. So flights from the field, that's one ascension. Flights away from the field coming in would be the second. And if you throw the shapes in there, they're kind of halfway in between, part of one, part of the other. Yeah. We struggle with the phrasing on there, because you only get a couple of words to be able to print on a printed schedule somewhere.
Right.
So
double ascension simply means two groups of balloons will ascend. In this case, one group ascending off the field and one group ascending and flying into the field.
As opposed to a mass ascension,
when everyone launches
everyone
from
goes
this
from
field.
here, even
Yes.
if it is 2 waves.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, it's all still the same ascension process.
Hey, I want to shout out good morning to our good friends Carson and Martha Lane, who are watching at home in Louisiana down in Baton Rouge area. They were the original owners of the Lady Jester, and their balloon team, the Fun Bunch, were indeed a fun bunch. Many was the morning after a balloon flight. We would go back to the hotel in the parking lot, and Carson and Martha would be cooking up a big old pot of jambalaya and crawfish pie, jambalaya. Oh my, man, those are the good days. So they are now retired out of ballooning, but good morning, Martha and Carson. So good to hear from you, and glad to know that you're watching. We miss having you here with us.
So as we surmise, the green flag is back up, of course, with the launch of the Cosmic Crisp balloon. And now our other balloons are starting to actually stand up. We're getting a great shot of Tristan, his Hot Minute balloon. There's the burner as it stands up. We just saw the other side of the balloon. He's kind of one of the first ones to stand up. But Matt McClinton and the other Exxon balloon right next to him appears to be basically putting the heat to his as well. So there they are. Tristan dead center, and right to the right, Matt McClinton.
And just to the left of Tristan, that you saw on the screen for a moment, the balloon that was white with the blue parachute top, little block of red in it. That will be Phil Glebe in the Intel balloon. Phil is a longtime veteran pilot, flew the Pontiac balloon for a number of years. Took a few years off from the sport, but it is brilliant to see him back here with us at Fiesta. I had a chance to say hello to Phil personally the other morning.
Oh, good for you.
And so it's great to have Phil back with us. And then Sean Askren flying the Xfinity balloon is now here on row A with us as well. And we'll see that balloon. So those two are flanking the two ExxonMobil balloons, which are standing up on the field now. Matt McClinton bringing the second ExxonMobil balloon up here on the north end. This shot is from our north. Well, now we're back to the stage camera. There's Matt McClinton bringing up the second ExxonMobil balloon. The 50th Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta is, of course, powered by ExxonMobil, as is Balloon Fiesta Live that you're watching here this morning. There's the north end camera. That's from the opposite end of the field, looking back, and we're actually on the roof of that building that you see sticking up in the center of that picture. Our rooftop studio is on one of the balcony roofs of that building at the opposite end of the field, but this is from the north end looking toward where our rooftop studio is on the south. And there you can see all of the Rainbow Rider balloons inflating. They are the official ride concessionaire of Balloon Fiesta, as always, and we're sold out months in advance for people wanting to take a balloon ride here this year. Someone, again, asking the question, we talked about this earlier today, do we have an update on the RC balloons trying to break the world record? We don't have official word, but we are, Art and I both expect that probably will happen later this morning, given that it looks like we've got really probably one of the best weather days we've had since opening Saturday. If we get official word on whether they'll try that or not, we'll pass it along to you. But Art and I kind of feel like that will be happening later this morning. What are we doing? Someone was asking again about any update on the RC balloons world record attempt. And I was just saying that, you know, we think it probably will happen based on the weather, but we don't have an official update on that just yet. Turn your mic on, it helps. Oh. Do we have Art's mic? Down in the truck? It's on up here.
There it is.
There it is. Okay.
I should have asked Paul when he was here. Our executive director, Paul Smith, was just here, and that's why I stepped away to check with him.
Okay.
He might actually have that information. But I missed him, so. We're just met with the CEO of Verge Aero, which is the company that has produced put together our drone show.
Yeah.
Let me slip in. There are 300 drones in that show, Maria. Maria asked a while ago, how many drones were there? There's 300 in that show. We will be showing you the drone show tonight live at 7:45.
It happens on the field in the morning at 5:45 before we come on the air.
But not every morning.
Just on the weekends. So the next 2 days, you'll be able to see it at 5:45 here on the field.
On the field. We don't show it in the mornings because it happens prior to us coming on air.
We have, however, recorded it, and you can watch it.
You can watch it as a separate video.
It's in the list of our shows, but as soon as we come on the air tomorrow, we're going to have our camera out there, so right at the end of the show, we're going to be able to show you behind the scenes of what the drones are, what that layout is there, and just bring you the entire story of how the drone show came to be. And we might even show some clips of it while we're talking about it tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Of course, again, go back and watch it. Again, balloonfiesta.com. Go to the Balloon Fiesta Live page. There's a list of all of our shows, not only this year, but from previous years. And in the list of shows from this year, you'll see the line bonus. The drone video show is there. I think you will very much enjoy it. And once you see it on video, you're going to want to be here to see it in person because it's even more spectacular that way. I think Maria's telling me things.
Okay. Yeah, I was just scrolling through the Facebook comments to see if there's anything I needed to catch up on as we try to interact with our online audience as well as with the audience that are here at Balloon Fiesta Park. There is the Lady Jester that I was mentioning, originally designed and built by Martha and Carson Lane. They've since retired from ballooning and sold the balloon on to new owners now. And nice to see that it continues to fly here. There is the carousel balloon to the left of that shot. And one of the two Dos Equis balloons just stood up, the one with the banner, not their new balloon that we also will see here.
Xfinity standing up on the south end of the field. Barney Watson on the southwest corner. I'll just have to check that. I've lived here all my life, basically. On the southwest corner, right over there by the folks in the Gondola Club. That's Cool Beans.
Yes.
With the Rec Van banner.
Yeah, Sean Askren, I mentioned earlier, flying Xfinity. He's moved up to row A for this morning, and a lot of the balloons do have different launch positions this morning because they've been moved out of their normally assigned position in order to allow a special shape to take that position, especially those that are inflating from along the eastern side of Balloon Fiesta Park, along Main Street, because that's where we like to congregate all of the special shapes. I see just behind Xfinity is the Speedy Bird, the head of the Roadrunner balloon. And it looks like Tristan and his crew are about ready to get out of here. The team is walking the balloon out. The zebras have cleared a path for them to move the balloon forward. He's actually kind of stuck there between the Intel balloon and the other Exxon Mobil, so they're having to pull him, walk him forward to get him clear of those two balloons. The conditions down there are kind of tight this morning, and once he's clear, then I'm sure he'll get a thumbs up from his launch director, and Tristan will get the balloon airborne. You see how many of his crew we talked about have now taken to wearing the signature cowboy hat that Tristan wears as well. There's a whole bunch of them.
And taking our balloon camera aloft for us as well this morning.
The second Exxon Mobil also taking off in formation. Matt McClinton, as did our Dawn Patrol show this morning. They're taking off side by side, just almost kissing as they left. Not the two pilots, the balloons.
With a nice little rotation there. Are you ready for your close-up?
Yeah.
There's our camera person in the balloon. Yeah. Sit up straight, comb your hair.
Yeah, smile.
Will, and there's Tristan waving at us.
Good morning, Tristan.
Good morning, guys. Looking back at the field, as you can see, with that little bit of delay, all the balloons are ready. Hey, there's Speedy Bird.
There's Speedy Bird, you know, with his tongue stuck out at us.
There's the other Exxon Mobil balloon.
Yep.
Started to say Matt McClinton flying the Exxon Mobil 2 balloon while Tristan flies the first one.
I did say that as he was launching just a moment ago. There's Will. You can see him pointing the camera outside of the out of the basket as they're flying overhead here.
And we're starting to see our special shapes inflate on the field as well, as the Coca-Cola balloon with Marcia Lambertson and the Intel balloon
with Phil Glebe are getting airborne. So we're beginning to launch, at least from this end of the field. On the south end, off of row A, we'll see the Rainbow Rider balloons, I'm sure, beginning to launch in the middle of the field. So we're just getting our flight underway after that short delay for a rain shower to the south. Hey, this is the Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta, and our intrepid field reporter Ruth Lind has found one of our international visitors from Taiwan. Ruth, it's all yours.
Thank you. I'm down here with Tahai from Taiwan. Tahai is flying the Bravo Bear balloon, and tell me what this balloon is all about.
Okay. Hello, my name is Tahai. We're from Taiwan and Taipei City. It's Bravo Bear. It's from Taipei City. We come here, want to invite, and welcome to Taipei. Visit Taiwan and Taipei City.
That's wonderful. How were you able to get the government to put together a balloon program?
Because we want all people to Taiwan, and we want to show the Bravo Bear, show the underworld, and Taiwan and Taipei City.
Thank you. What is the significance of the bear?
This bear is like a city, Taipei City, like what to say, like
a mascot?
Yes. Because like the leader, he wanted to go to the world because the first we go to the Albuquerque. Next month we go to the Japan and another city. So this Bravo Bear, we go to the all country, invite the people to Taiwan.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us here in Albuquerque, Tahai.
Yeah.
And we're going to send it back up to the stage.
Thanks, Ruth.
My own words. Turn the mic on. Had a great shot there from our in-flight camera a moment ago, looking back at the field from just behind us.
The delay gave everybody the opportunity to get hooked
there
up. There it is again.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, and so our 3-roll rule of moving through 3 rows at a time is kind of expanding into the 4 or 5 roll.
And as you look at that shot online, you see the yellow balloon that's still on its side with the red dot right in the center. That is right smack in front of us. Just if you want to know where we are on the field. Look at the crowd this morning.
Great crowd.
Great crowd today.
And that is the row of one of the rows of Rainbow Rider balloons.
Yeah.
We're starting to see them launch from the middle of the field.
Someone was asking, what are they charging for balloon rides here at Balloon Fiesta? I don't have a clue. I would encourage you to check out the Rainbow Riders website, although they are sold out. My cousins, Patty and Steve, were in town earlier this week. They called hoping there had been a cancellation and they might get on board, and they were not able to do so.
I'm sold out for months, and I'm sure the waiting list has been long and growing.
And I'm sure it has been.
So,
They did get on a waiting list for a ride, but it just didn't materialize. So I just told them next year come back and plan earlier, and I'll get in touch with Scotty and see if we can't get them up in a balloon.
You know, reservations for next year, things do open up early. RV spot reservations open up in early January. So if you're planning to come to Balloon Fiesta 2023 in your RV, you're going to want to be on balloonfiesta.com in early January to secure your RV spot. And then as we talked about, calendars and posters and all that other types of merchandise starts coming out in August, but actually tickets go on sale 6 months before, so that would be on April 7th if my math is correct. So in April, tickets for next year will go on sale. So put those dates in your calendar and hang on to those. Be prepared to start booking things early, and I wouldn't wait into the summertime to book my hotel as well. Hey, we talked about the pilot has the discretion to fly their special shapes or not today, and we've starting to see them take off. There goes Speedy Bird with Earl Blizzard.
Okay.
And then
Cynthia Seal
with Pat Rolfe.
Thank you.
They're waving at us there.
So we will see, I'm sure, a number of special shapes choose to fly this morning because it's a good morning for that. But as always, a number of them will just stay static on the field so that you can get a good up-close and personal view with your favorite special shapes, perhaps.
Good to see Speedy Bird up there.
Yeah, I'm gonna. As long as we're off camera, I'm going to stick my tongue out at him too. But
oh yeah. So there's the Zia balloon we were talking about from our other shot. They have now stood up.
Right.
Moving across, there's the Cottonwood Mall balloon. Next to that, the Kashari balloon, Peter Procopio. We heard at Pilots Briefing, they were talking about the Monday after Gallup Rally.
Right, the Gallup Rally, which is the informal event that happens every Monday morning. A lot of pilots from here that are traveling, I've done it 1 year. There is an official Red Rocks balloon rally in Gallup, but it happens in December. And
First weekend.
Never convenient for me to be in Albuquerque in October, go back home to Texas or Louisiana where I live now, and then come back. So 1 year, I actually brought my balloon Coyote Moon out here and rented it to a pilot from the UK. And so since I was here with the balloon on Monday morning when it came time to leave town and head back home, I just stayed for a couple of days and we all drove out to Gallup. And on the Monday morning, there's sort of an unofficial balloon event where just a lot of pilots show up and fly the Red Rocks together, and it's gotten to where now it's almost as big as a regular balloon rally.
Yeah, it is.
It's just kind of incredible. So we heard, knowing that that's going to happen, we heard Brad Tiemeyer this morning giving pilots an update on what kind of weather he's now seeing for them on Monday morning. So yeah, that's and Red Rocks is just an incredible. It's a like 5-finger canyons, and you can go up and down, up and down, up and down as you go over the. It's like opening your hand, and then you fly up and over and down in between each of your fingers. It's a beautiful place to fly. So happy that I got to do that, and I have some great photographs of my balloon Coyote Moon flying in Red Rocks.
We usually head out there in December and fly there. It is a great place to fly. There's the new Visit Albuquerque red or green balloon.
Yeah.
And I set them that way because it's red turning to green as they use the turning vent to spin that around.
So that's the official question of the state of New Mexico?
The state.
So which comes first? Is the official question red or green or red?
Actually, I think it is red or green.
Red or green? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, and I heard that for those that like both, the answer is, in fact,
Christmas.
I was out eating with some friends the other night, and someone said red or green, and the answer was Christmas, which means both.
Yeah. Kind of mix it up. There's Claude the crab on our screen.
Yeah, I'm sitting here trying to scroll down to find that as you bring it up, so thanks.
And the U.S. Air Force balloon is headed right for the rooftop studio.
Yes, they are. Off into the wild gray yonder this morning. Although there is blue sky up there.
Off to the east
nice
there
blue
is sun
just
there
above
as
us
well.
here. So, and the United States Air Force is here celebrating their 75th anniversary. A lot of anniversaries this year. 50th Balloon Fiesta, 25th America's Challenge, which sadly will not fly. The 75th for the Air Force, Bud Person and his wife celebrating their 50th. So, yeah, lots of anniversaries ongoing here at Balloon Fiesta this weekend, or this week. They have
so
the
72
Air Force,
was a very good year, obviously.
Apparently it was. The Air Force has a booth here on site where you can go along Main Street and explore the various careers that are available in the Air Force, many of which do not have anything to do with being a pilot.
Right.
So I know Ruth Lynn was there earlier this week, talked with one of the recruiters, and they have some virtual simulators there where you can see what it's like to refuel in the air. But yeah, a great opportunity to explore the many different career opportunities that are available in our United States Air Force. There goes the Zia of the McConnells.
And Lady Jester off over on the east side.
Off to the east side, yeah.
The Arizona Rainbow Riders balloon just in front of the Visit Albuquerque. You see the green side. The bottom of the basket that you see there is from the Arizona one. Scott Appleman and Rainbow Riders with ride operations not only here in Albuquerque, but in Colorado Springs and in the Phoenix, Scottsdale, Arizona area.
And our crab is just getting airborne off to the southeast corner of the field. There's Buddy Beaver. There is, now that's a different koala bear. That's not Adelaide from Sky Safari.
No, that one's from, that one I think stays here.
It is, the balloon is called Sydney, and the pilot is Thomas Radnall from Placitas, New Mexico.
Which is a town that's just kind of on the north side of the mountains here. Okay. Just kind of right, it's actually very close to the field.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm 99% certain I saw on Facebook the other day that balloon is now for sale.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't see that.
Yeah, it was in the one of the hot air balloon groups on Facebook that the balloon is now for sale. So an opportunity for you to own a special shape if you're interested in owning Sydney, the koala bear. And there is Xfinity Rewards going airborne. Their balloon considered a special shape because they have those three-dimensional appendages on and around the balloon. You see the inflated hearts on either sides of
Our
the balloon.
pumpkin is hollering at us up there. Good morning.
Jack-o'-lantern. It's a pumpkin when it's not carved, but they've got a face carved into it, and that makes it a jack-o'-lantern.
Okay.
Just because I said so.
Just because you said so.
That's right.
Then it must be true.
It must be true. It's on the internet.
It's as solid. I was going to say it's as solid as reading it on the internet.
That's right. Bonjour.
What you say and what you read on the internet must be true.
Must be true. Bonjour.
Yeah. Over there by the Gondola Club, there's New Mexico True Balloon,
yeah.
True Lee. Bill Lee is another one of those pilots that's based out of Gallup. We were talking about Koshari earlier.
Yeah.
Bill Lee lives over in the Gallup area as well. In fact, he actually runs that rally we talked about in December. So he's the guy to talk to about that.
Oh, right.
If you wanted to come back over in December. And there's Koshari on the screen.
Yeah, I probably won't. As I say, but I'm
We might be
happy
talking
that
to
I did get to fly the Red Rocks one year.
We continue to talk with Bill Lee and Peter Procopio, who flies Koshari, about doing some sort of at least announce work over there at Gallup in December.
Well, in that case, I'd come back in December.
So that could be another live location for Balloon Fiesta Live from Gallup.
Yeah, Balloon Fiesta in a box.
Yeah.
There you go. We could do that.
And Koshari is now airborne. Here's a shot from our camera looking back at other balloons in the sky and the city of Albuquerque. The balloon's drifting south at the lower altitudes. They don't have to get very high before they turn around and start heading out to the northwest. So Rio Rancho and Corrales, we're coming your way. There is Snowbird, our penguin tourist, and Rubber Ducky. Oh, look at that shot. The field is full of balloons in various stages of inflation. From standing up, that would be the hot phase, to cold, that's where we're blowing the air inside and starting to fill up the balloons with air. And another set of balloons that are just stretched out, waiting for the opportunity to start the fan and eventually go hot and lift off. Spidey Pig is in the air now. That shape actually started way back in the 90s. The idea to build a piggy bank or a piggy bank. We had a special shaped sponsor that was a bank here in New Mexico. And they built a couple of piggy banks and flew those for many years. And as the bank changed hands and moved on to other things, we used that same design to create Spidey Pig. Good morning. Nice and easy launch out of the field. Again, drifting to the south, right over the top of us. And then making sure when it is clear above them, slowly climbing to altitude and getting that change in direction back to the northwest.
one of our Colorado balloons off the east side. I do see the Dos Equis balloon with Scott Appleman flying. As we continue to launch Rainbow Riders off the north end and other balloons off the south end. Special Shapes are on the east. And half of our round balloons have left the field to find a launch site that is going to allow them to fly back in. Competition is scheduled to start at 8:30 this morning. So that will be after we manage to get all of our regular shaped balloons in the air here from the field. And the target for competition will be open until 10 o'clock. So 90 minutes of competition coming up starting about 8:30. We'll hopefully get the tasks assigned to the pilots today a little bit later, although since it is a Special Shapes day, there will be 5 25-foot poles out there on the field. The pilots have a 14-inch ring. If they ring the pole, they win the cash on the pole. $2,000 on each pole. If you're the only one on the pole, you get all $2,000. If some of your buddies come in and drop the ring on the same pole, you get to split the $2,000. That's always exciting. 2 pilots yesterday managed to grab or put their ring over the pole. You wouldn't necessarily grab the pole, although that's a pretty good strategy. If you've got your hand on the pole, it's pretty easy to set the ring right over the top. Throwing the ring works occasionally, but not always. There's our gnome balloon, or as Glenn likes to call it, our pink Santa Claus. Geert Piersman flies the Albert the Gnome balloon. And there is our three-sided jester type head. I believe we would call that Carnival these days. Yep. And Mark Moyer from North Carolina flying the Carnival, the 3-headed. There was Sydney in the background of that shot. So we're seeing a number of our shapes get airborne. Snowbird included. There's a good shot of Sydney. I see the preventive pest balloon right off of Main Street, right over there by the media tent, now our Sid Cutter Pavilion. That is, while we call it the preventive pest control balloon, it's really itsy bitsy because that not so itsy bitsy black widow spider on the side of the balloon. Continuing to look back at the field as we look at how many balloons we have to yet launch off the field. That's the basket of Snowbird, the penguin that's dressed up for warmer climates. And you can see how nice and slow it is right here, 150 feet off the surface.
Snowbird just passing directly over us. We'll get a chance to look right up inside the basket, or inside the balloon. If you get the chance to look up inside one of these Special Shapes, you'll be surprised at all the rigging. Sometimes there's more fabric inside than there is out. And you'll see some panels, like I can see one now in Snowbird, where there's a panel of flat fabric, but then it has small holes in it so that the air will flow out and fill up one of those appendages.
Yeah, I've said this many times, but one of my favorite balloon shots is when the balloon is directly overhead and the basket is centered in the throat of opening. Yeah.
More so in a round balloon usually, because that's a little more dramatic than a shape sometimes.
Right.
But yeah, an absolute. In fact, I think I mentioned when you brought that up the other day that I won a photo contest way back in the 80s of. There's a. Kim has a shot right there. That's what you're talking about.
There you go. That's it.
Back in the 80s, with that kind of a photo, looking from down on the ground, looking up directly at the balloon, and the basket centered right in the throat. There is the rubber ducky has just gotten airborne. Rubber ducky is Bob O'Brien out of Waupaca, Wisconsin. Waupaca, I hope that's correct. Wisconsin. Originally the balloon of Brian and Susan Owen, longtime friends of mine from the Plano, Texas area. Susan passed away, sadly, earlier this year, some months ago.
Look who's over the river.
Oh, yeah, that's and look at the river. That river always looks kind of like a flow of milk chocolate more than a river, because it's always very brown.
Especially when we have rain in the area, because it does stir up the dirt there. But
right.
Yep. Not very deep, but our balloon cam, Tristan, getting the balloon over to the river. We'll see if he is able to maybe do a splash and dash.
Yeah. There's the gnome in the air. I've been calling him a pink Santa Claus. This was a product over in the UK. I still don't remember all of the background behind it, but basically I think it's like a soft serve sort of ice cream.
By the way,
sweet.
the gnome has a name.
Does it?
It's Albert.
Albert the gnome.
Albert the gnome.
And the correct pronunciation is obviously gnome. I've just, because it's a British balloon, it has a G registration. Actually, no, I'm wrong about that, because its registration is OBO. See right there on the side? It's OO-BEO. Cloud hopper getting airborne out of the center of the field here on our south end. That's one of those little one-man balloons we were talking about earlier today. There it is on the feed. Where someone was asking about how many people can fly safely. Well, it depends on the size of the balloon and the basket, and/or sometimes there is no basket.
So in that case, it's one.
It's a one-person balloon.
Yeah, no lap sitting, no lap flying in this one.
Nope, not in that one. And that is, sits on a little swing seat, and the fuel tank and burner strapped to your back in a harness, and away you go. Buddy Beaver is up and away, and giving us a little salute as he passes by. A lot of the shapes flying this morning. That's interesting to see. There goes Tico, the sloth, originally known as, the balloon originally known as the sloth, and now has a name, Tico. So Art and I are still calling it Tico the sloth.
Kermie's up there. Smokey Bear is up there. There goes Rubber Ducky you talked about a few minutes ago.
There's Snowbird in the distance behind Rubber Ducky. The Taipei Bear that Ruth had the interview with earlier this morning from Taiwan is standing along the east side. Got his back turned toward us, but they'll be launching in a few moments.
Kermie is up. Good morning up there.
Good morning. Shout down from the Wizard balloon. Never grow old. I agree with that. Whimsical. In the air just above us. There goes Crispy Bacon. That's the new word for that. Isn't that the pig special shape there?
Yeah.
Crisp. Is it crisp? Chris.
Chris.
C-H-R-I-S. Chris. P.
As an initial.
Bacon.
Yep.
You do the math. There goes the Taipei balloon. They're getting airborne now. Get back to my.
There's Andy Caton's Eddie and Rickenbacker.
Eddie is the Snoopy that's flying the airplane. Rickenbacker is the cat maintaining the rear machine gun, and that's all a tribute to history, I think he said, of the Army Air Corps, which was pre-U.S. Air Force.
And there was just a shot of Crispy Bacon.
Okay.
He's off over on the right-hand side now. It looks like that might be little D, kind of slightly down and to the left from Crispy.
The cat balloon? Is that the one you're talking about?
No, it's the little devil balloon. I'm looking at it on the screen. Continuing to look back at the field from our balloon cam and our Exxon Mobil balloon.
Oh, okay. Yeah, little D. I said it was a cat because it kind of looked like that to me. That you're saying it's a little devil.
It's a little devil.
Which would make sense with the name Little D.
Hey, there's the Ristra. The Chile Ristra standing up.
And that would be
Mike Schrum.
Thank you. Yep, Mike Schrum. And then right beside it there, just almost right beside it, is the new little VW bus. Interesting, they did the very highly sought after 9-window VW bus with the 2 surfboards on the top. And when they came in for landing yesterday here on the south end of the field, they even have a vintage VW horn, the little beep, beep, beep kind of horn.
I did not know that.
Yeah,
That's nice.
And they were just tooting the heck out of that as they to kind of warn spectators that they were coming in for a landing here on the south end yesterday after the competition. It was really fun to kind of watch that play out right here in front of me.
Little dog standing above all the other inflatable shapes out there. And I see Scarlet, the red bird, and the new frog out there as well.
Yeah, you know, if you remember what the years when we had the Orient Express locomotive here, they had the steam whistle.
That's
like
right,
a train
they did.
whistle has. Well, so now the VW bus has a Volkswagen beep beep horn, so that's kind of cool.
There's Sunny Boy. You see the balloons of the party balloon. And as Golden Corral lifts off, we see Rich Lawhorn's Humpty Dumpty. And still cold inflating the clock, tick-tock.
Some folks on the Facebook group talking about, they remember Penny and Little Buck, the 2 bank balloons that we had here for a long time.
We talked about that as Spidey Pig went out. Those were the original pig
predecessor
shapes.
to Spidey Pig,
Yeah, and as the bank moved on and other things happened, we took the same pattern and made Spidey Pig.
And I have at home one year, years and years and years and years ago, they did piggy banks of Miss Penny. Bright big pink, I want to say porcelain, that's probably not the right word for it, but
ceramic,
I guess. Okay, thank you. And I have been putting pennies in that bank for over a decade, and it's still not full.
No wonder there's a penny shortage.
Yeah, but it is still not full. My original plan was, I thought, well, eventually when I get it full, I'll bring it back. There is a charity here in Albuquerque that is, and there may be others elsewhere, but it's a penny charity. And they have people donate pennies to them, and they use that money for a lot of charitable causes. And I thought, well, you know, at some point I'm going to give back. And honestly, I had thought about doing that for the 50th year, and the idea actually I kind of forgot this year. I thought I'd bring but the bank's not full yet. So when I get the bank full, and I can hire a team to pick it up and move it from my house here to Albuquerque, then I thought, well, I'll bring the bank back, and we'll take it to one of the banks and open it and have them count all the pennies. And I'd love to find a sponsor who would match whatever the amount is in the piggy bank, and we'll donate all that to charity here at Albuquerque. We could do that next year.
So a picture from our Exxon Mobil balloon, looking at our Exxon Mobil 2 balloon,
in the river,
is down close to the river.
Yeah.
So, and as calm as it is moving to the south here at the surface, and actually to the north as well, it's actually a great day to be doing splash and dashes.
Yeah, on the river. In the Rio.
Just remember, you only want to get the bottom skids of the basket wet. You don't want to go in ankle or knee deep. Not that you could probably get knee deep in the Rio.
I was going to say, that would be kind of a challenge. You might get ankle deep.
You could get ankle deep easily. And depending on the spot, you might get even mid-thigh or mid-calf. But, yeah. Doug Gant has Hamlet, when pigs fly in the air.
I was going to say, a lot of pigs out there flying this morning. We had Chris P. Bacon. We've got Hamlet. And now we also have Pegasus.
Yep.
That is Tyler Jacques from Battle Creek, Michigan with Pegasus. That's the light pink pig wearing the sunglasses. This is their 6th year here at Balloon Fiesta.
There's looking right down from the basket. Is he down that low? So we're looking right. He's in the water on our feed. There's your splash and dash.
Yeah.
We don't want to get the handles wet because that means you're going to be in your ankles. So right along the water.
There's your splash and dash. Right here on Balloon Fiesta Live.
The idea, the reason it's called a splash and dash, the idea is that you just want to touch the water, make a wee splash, and then lift back off or dash off. Now, some pilots, especially when they're doing a splash and dash in the lake.
This is the view you like when you're coming down the river, to be able to see the bushes, the fauna, all that stuff as you just kind of skim along.
Well, I was just going to say, some pilots, especially in a larger body of water, will actually, if you're really, really talented, you'll sit just the skids of the basket on the water, and then you'll sail. It's not a splash and dash because you don't just touch the water and then go back airborne. You literally sit the balloon on the surface of the water and sail it.
A little sailing and surfing there.
That's it, absolutely. Hey,
Arabelle's in the air.
Arabelle's in the air, yeah, from Creamland Dairy. And they've just gone airborne. I can see more. There is Lindy, the special shape from Lindstrand Balloons, one of the many manufacturers that are represented here on Balloon Fiesta Park. I see Sushi, that would be Katie Griggs, little fish special shape. And right there standing up about ready to go, there is Chicklet. That would be the balloon of Chick-fil-A, and our good friend and former Dawn Patrol show producer Craig Kennedy is piloting that balloon this week. And there is Barry Ballinger in the Plains Bank balloon, the Tatanka balloon with the two buffalo or bison head on either side. And also about ready to launch this morning is Cheryl Reichert. Cheryl is in the balloon Party, and that is basically the balloon that is a big bundle or a bouquet of party balloons. And we featured Cheryl in her new balloon when it was brand new on the cover of Ballooning Journal some months ago, so it's nice to see her here. The VW bus is now getting airborne. I can see it rising just slowly above the other balloons around it. KOB's 96.3 FM balloon is getting airborne. Now, there's a story behind that because KOB typically we think of as 770 on the AM dial.
Right.
Now they have an FM station as well at 96.3.
They simulcast on both frequencies, so you can get them on either band, AM or FM. And they're tending to move the branding to the FM side.
Okay. All right.
You know, we've been showing a lot of great aerial pictures and those in the river with the splash and dash as well. And those of you here on the field, obviously, unless you were standing by the video walls, couldn't see those shots. So I'm going to remind those of you here on the field that when you get back to your hotel or your home later this morning, you're going to want to go back and watch the archived version of Balloon Fiesta Live to get these great shots that we were showing our folks on the stream of being in the river, doing a splash and dash, and all the great aerial shots. So this was definitely a day that if you're here on the field, you're getting a great show, and we're just getting started. But after activities are done here, you're going to want to go back and check out what we showed all the folks on the stream. There's Mr. Globy. We talked about him earlier, and Ruth talked with
Ruth
the pilot,
had an interview
Alex.
with him. Yep. Alex came up and traded us a couple of pins this morning for our announcer pins, and glad to have that. There he is with his spyglass looking right back down at his launch site. Really, was I just right there?
Yeah.
Craig Kennedy doing a little turning bit magic with Chick-fil-A, the balloon called Chicklet, right here in front of the rooftop studio.
Alex told us when he was talking with us how when they were designing this balloon, they actually ended up flipping it around so that it showed more of the face to the crowd and to the different camera angles. Of course, we've got angles every which way around, so we can see you from all angles.
But he had observed that, you know, we do have usually a fairly standard wind pattern here at Albuquerque, and he noticed that when they inflated some of the balloons that it was the bum or the butt side of the balloon that the crowd saw, and he didn't want that with Mr. Globy. He wanted the crowd to see the face, and so they literally essentially flip-flopped the design of the balloon, putting the face on, you know, they flipped it 180 degrees so that when Mr. Globy inflates and rises up, the people see the face of the balloon. There's the little VW coming right at it. Maybe we can get them to honk the horn when they get a little bit closer. We'll get a chance to let you hear the beep beep.
Meanwhile, down on the other end of the field, there's Yoda, Darth Vader. People were asking about Darth earlier in the week. And talking about the back end.
Steggy.
The back end of Steggy.
Yep, that's the butt of a stegosaurus, in case you didn't know. By the way, my good friend Roger Clark is flying Yoda this morning. Roger here out of South Carolina. He and I and his family go way back. I met the Clark family back in 1988, the first year that I was the announcer at Freedom Weekend The Loft in Greenville, South Carolina. His father, Dwayne, was a longtime friend of mine. His wife, Dwayne's wife, Emily, still with us. Emily, good morning. I know she's been watching a lot. And then Mike and Roger and Dana, their kids, they're like my East Coast family. And used to, we had a reunion every year when I would go to announce the Freedom Weekend, the event no longer happening, but still keeping close touch with the Clark family out of South Carolina. And good to have Roger here, and he and I are going to try and hook up and have a little personal visit when he gets back from flying Darth Vader this morning. There goes Cheryl Reichert in the balloon party. We mentioned the balloon that is a bouquet of party balloons right along the east side of the field there.
Flying over the southwest corner, over the Gondola Club folks, that's Janet Sofera in the blue, red, and yellow one. The name of the balloon Vacation. Got to shout out Janet. She always she wants us to sing some song that I've never heard of when she flies over. So I've the shout out. That's what she gets.
Okay. I don't know what song you're talking about.
Yeah,
so
I don't know the song. She's asked me 3 or 4 times about the song, tried to tell me the song. I don't know which one she's talking about.
Okay.
There's Pencil Boy.
Yeah.
And the neat thing about that is the glasses with the reflection of all the balloons in it.
Yeah, no, I see it on the monitor. I was looking to see it in the sky because right beside it is Gus T. Guppy, the balloon, little fish balloon. Where are? Okay, there's Gus looking right at us.
Yep. Yeah, this round shape here was blocking it from our view, but they are right on the other side of the alien spaceship or the space saucer.
Yeah, Gus T. Guppy, the balloon of, I just had her name in my head now, I forgot it, Larry Konash, and it's his daughter. Oh gosh, that's embarrassing. It's one of those things, it's on the tip of my tongue. And
stick it out, we'll figure it.
Yeah, stick it out. Tina Louise Konash. No, that's not right. No, give me a minute. I'll find it. It's on our list. It's so embarrassing. And she's a dear friend of mine, and as is her dad.
Steggy is airborne on the northeast corner of the field. TikTok now standing up, as is the snowman, Mr. Winter.
Gus T. Guppy here in a spotting app. Here, Gussie.
So we're finally getting to the majority of our regular shaped balloons, getting them in the sky. Of course, we need to do that before we can start competition when the other half of our regular shaped balloons will be attempting to fly back into the park. And our thermal airship is already up this morning as well on the far north end of the field. So basically a blimp inflated with hot air, airborne, aloft with hot air, but with some direction opportunities as well. And a little car type compartment at the bottom for you to be able to take a little ride in that. So they're flying some special people around the field and giving them an extra special view of our balloons launching. There's Mandrill on the screen, one of the newer special shapes here at Balloon Fiesta. Coming right over the south end of the field, another brand new balloon. This one is light blue with pinks and purples and purple hearts, carrying the CNM banner. Central New Mexico Community College here. That's Blair Kaufman. Just happens to be the current president of the Albuquerque Aerostat Ascension Association, or Quad A, which is the local hot air balloon. Well, actually, not even hot air, the local balloon club. We take care of both gas and hot air. The Festival Internacional del Globo Balloon Dead Center
another big balloon rally that a number of pilots like to go to down in Leon, Mexico. Still getting some great shots from the sky from our ExxonMobil balloon and our Balloon Fiesta Live camera. Looking back at Speedy Bird. I know most of you call it the Roadrunner, but technically it's Speedy Bird. And all three of our bees are in the air. You may have heard of some difficulties with the little baby bee earlier this week. That has resolved itself, and all three of them are in the air, as well as one of our unicorns, the pink unicorn, which every time I've announced it this year at 3 different places, it's had a different name.
Well, that's clever.
Yeah. So we're just going to call it the pink unicorn. Ruth Lind has made it to the Balloon Museum, I believe, and can tell us what's happening over there. Ruth?
Yes, well, we're not at the Balloon Museum itself right now, but with me right today is Lori McGovern, and Lori is the executive director of the Albuquerque International Balloon Museum Foundation. Lori, first of all, what does the foundation do for the Balloon Museum?
Yes, the foundation is the fundraising arm for the Balloon Museum, but we also love to promote it, advocate for it, and raise funds, of course. And when we're promoting and advocating the Balloon Museum, we also feel like we are promoting and advocating the love of ballooning and the history of ballooning, the culture of ballooning. So we really love our position in highlighting this amazing museum and this amazing sport.
This is probably the best balloon museum I have ever seen, and I've always been so happy to be involved up there. This year, there's a special exhibit for the 50th. Tell us what we can find in that exhibit.
Yes, so just 1 week before Balloon Fiesta, the Balloon Museum launched a new exhibit called Canopy of Colors, celebrating Albuquerque's Balloon Fiesta. And the name is inspired by the balloons coming over your sky, and it looks like a canopy of colors. But not only a canopy of colors, this exhibit has 50 years of as much history as we possibly could fit into an interactive, colorful, lively, happy exhibit about Balloon Fiesta. So we feel like anybody's visit to the Balloon Fiesta is really like the completing piece to come see the exhibit. And so we hope everybody can make its way up to the museum. We are so thrilled to work with Balloon Fiesta, to work with the local ballooning company, Quad A, the local ballooning commercial companies to make this exhibit. It was a really wonderful effort of everybody coming together, and we're just so happy we can show in this exhibit year-round, because the museum's open year-round, the history of Balloon Fiesta. And there's lots of ways for the exhibit to grow and change as Fiesta continues to grow and change as well in the coming years.
That's wonderful. Now, Fiesta will be finished on Sunday. What are the museum hours between now and then?
Yes, so the museum is open from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day, and then we have special events early in the morning and in the evening. So that's one of our biggest fundraisers of the year, our wonderful breakfast to overlook this. And then the city of Albuquerque hosts a lot of special events in the evening as well that people are able to purchase tickets for. So we want the museum to be alive and full of people all Balloon Fiesta.
That's so terrific. Lori, thank you for joining us this morning. We really appreciate everything that the Balloon Museum does for ballooning, for the city of Albuquerque, and for Fiesta.
Thanks. We love Balloon Fiesta Live and Balloon Fiesta. Thank you.
We do. I'll wave too. Glen, Art, we're waving back at you.
We're waving back to you guys too.
Absolutely.
And that canopy of color is actually a very nice exhibit over at the Balloon Museum.
Yes.
And you should check it out. In fact, if you can't get enough of Balloon Fiesta Live, go hang out at the museum.
And you can hear us over there.
That's right. So, and a lot of great history they've packed into that exhibit over there. Canopy of Colors at the Albuquerque Anderson Abruzzo International Balloon Museum, just on the south end of Balloon Fiesta Park, just south of where we are and where all of our balloons are launching. There's Tristan's balloon pin on his cap from our balloon camera. getting us some great shots this morning, including down in the river and a splash and dash, and the all the aerial shots as the sky is just full and dotted of balloons. What a great morning.
Yeah, it's a great morning. I see our hot air airship is up this morning as well, encircling the field with the 50th Fiesta logo on the side. I saw a big hug get airborne. Our spaceman, our little
There's
astronaut,
a new toy car on the screen.
Yeah.
The KOE balloon getting airborne as well from the far north end of the field, if you're out in that corner. Princess Nellie is airborne, as is our spaceman. That's another one that has changed names over the year.
Yeah, well, originally that was
Cosmo, wasn't it?
Cosmo, yeah. Jerry and Cindy Holmes owned the balloon. Originally, they had it built, and then it's been sold. And a lot of times when a balloon changes ownership, then the new owners, rightly so, want to give it their own name.
So I believe it's called Space Cowboy now.
Okay.
Those of you watching our feed, you see the stork standing up, originally known as Great Expectations.
Right. There is Cork the puppy. We've talked about it a bit this week. Luis de Assis from Sao Paulo, Brazil, is with that balloon. And that is one of the balloons that has a mini-me, as I've been referring to them, one of the RC balloons, and still no official word on the RC record being done yet today. We'll wait to see if that takes place.
So I have seen some traffic go by on some text that we will be standing RC balloons up, but again, we have competition going, so exactly where and when all that happens, I don't have the official word yet, but I'm seeing indications that it will happen today. The attempt to at least stand a bunch of them up, and whether we have enough here and available, we'll have to see. Hey, there's Monty the Black Sheep.
Yeah, and you're right. It is called Space Cowboy now. That is Bradley Purdue out of White House, Ohio, that now has that balloon. And Black Sheep is there, another one of my longtime good friends.
There was a lot of people asking about Monty earlier in the week.
Monty being the name of the Black Sheep, Greg Ashton, in his 10th year here at Fiesta from Meridian, Idaho. They sell some plush toys of Monty in order to help fund the balloon, and last year I got a few of them from Greg, and have a great picture of Ranger herding
yeah,
a bunch of black sheep out in our front yard from last year. Yeah, so that was kind of fun.
There's Coco the Clown inflating. That looks like that might be Buzzy B, the yellow and black one in front of it. So we still have special shapes inflating on the field.
There goes Scott Vesley, our former producer of the
Dawn
Patrol show. Thank you. Yep, and his Lighthouse
Business
balloon.
Solutions.
Yeah, Lighthouse Business Solutions, purple, red with kind of that orange band in the center and the orange pennants hanging off of it, just over the center of the field. There's, well, I'm going to say Tom and Jerry on the field. I know that's not their name. I know.
Cha-ching, cha-ching.
I know. And
well,
Tweety,
somebody.
Tweety Bird too. We can't use those names technically because, because.
See? Yeah.
because their names are trademarked and they have different names, like Yellow Bird. But
somebody telling me they were going out to Tweety, and I was saying, no, yeah, you got to pay for that.
You got to go out to Yellow Bird, but come on, we all know who they are.
That's it.
Let's get real, folks.
Well, we've talked all morning about the Roadrunner, who is Speedy Bird.
Speedy Bird,
yeah.
right? Yeah, we all know what's going on. It's not, I think a lot of that's kind of. I understand copyrights and trademarks and all that, but come on.
Well,
come on, man.
Yeah, I'm with you. But I will tell you that Balloon Fiesta has spent years
working to get the rights to do things with the Looney Tune characters.
Oh, I
with
know.
the Roadrunner
I know.
and the Coyote, and be
Yeah,
able to
yeah.
put them on pins
Sure. No,
and
I-
shirts.
I
It's
am-
all there, and it's not a simple process.
No, it's not, and I understand all that. But when it comes to naming a balloon that everyone knows what it is, and having to use, it's like when
It's
Dave
generic
and,
name.
and Dave and Kathy Reineke built what was Mr. Potato Head. Everybody knew it, and then they got into legal issues with Hasbro or whoever it is that owns it, and they had to do a remake on the balloon, and now it's Buddy Beaver.
Yep.
But as I say, if it's that shape. And my argument is with the people who own the trademarks, not
Exactly.
the balloonists.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, let's get real.
Well, they always say imitation is the best form of flattery.
Absolutely.
So when I build something that is yours, why wouldn't you embrace it?
Yeah, why wouldn't
and
you
go with
embrace it? And at least let me use the name. I understand you have copyrights and there are things you can't. And, well, it's like we were talking earlier with the new Roadrunner Coyote. The replica of the original balloon. There are restrictions. They can't sell it. They can't use it for commercial purposes, etc. But they were at least able to use the characters. Well, if you're going to build the balloon, at least let us use the name, and let's not have to go off into some crazy, yellow bird kind of thing. But anyway, we should probably get off that topic before we do get fined. Some of the Longleat fleet getting into the air now at the end of the field. The Penguin family fly Penguin, Puddles, Splash, and their little baby chick, which is not so little, Tall Steve. That would be Andrew Holly and friends in those balloons. I thought I saw Duma, the cheetah. Yeah, he's up above the penguins. That's Toby Brown in Duma. And Duma, by the way, is the Swahili word for cheetah, and thus that's how the balloon got its name. The Screwdriver, complete with blade, is in the air. The blade is an inflatable appendage that actually hangs from the basket, and we've learned that they carry a small fan with them to inflate the blade after they are airborne. There goes the stork, otherwise...
Wow, the stork's actually flying.
The balloon previously known as Great Expectations. That's actually, the second or third iteration of that balloon
This is the second.
Second version?
This is the second.
Okay, all right.
So we only have a couple more regular shaped balloons to get off the ground. So if you are out there in the center of the field where the regular shaped balloons were, it's now time to start moving to the north, south, east, or west so that we can open up a nice big scoring area in the form of a big square out there. Go ahead and move over by the special shapes, or move down here to the south end, or over to the far west road, or out to the north. We're going to be starting to flag off the target and the scoring area. Competition was to start at 8:30. That is 9 minutes from now. I don't see that we can clear that area quite that quickly, but you can certainly help us. If you are standing in the center of the field where there are no balloons immediately around you, you are now in what will become the target area. And so if you could please start moving to one of the four directions, and you'll have a great view of competition.
Most everybody moves to the east toward Main Street, which is where the remaining special shapes will stay static, and so most of the crowd generally is pushed and moves over into that direction. Wanted to give a quick shout out to one of my always favorite balloons. If you're a fan of black cats, which I am, and do not consider them unlucky by any means, but the beautiful Panther balloon is in the sky. That is Steve Thomas, who is here from Bath in the United Kingdom. An all-black balloon except for the gold eyes and the white whiskers on the side, and that is the Panther. Just an absolute gorgeous balloon, in my opinion, although the artwork obviously very quite simple, actually, just all black, but really a gorgeous balloon.
Our balloonmeister, Henry Rosenbaum, has texted us what the competition for today will be.
Okay.
Of course, because it is a special shapes day, we will have 5 poles. Pilots will need to ring the pole, and the prize being cash.
Yeah, each pole worth $2,000.
And we're going to have some X's out there, as well as we're going to do the Gordon Bennett Memorial Task.
Okay.
Do you remember what that is?
Yes, that's where there is an X, but you don't throw at the X. There will be an adjacent scoring area, and the task is to put your marker in the scoring area, either as close to the X or as far, depending on whether they call it as a max or a minimum. But yeah, it confuses pilots a lot of times because typically you fly to an X and you want to throw at the center of the X. In a Gordon Bennett, the X is the measuring point, it's not the target, so there will be a separate scoring area. So the question then obviously is, what will the scoring area look like? What will it be? Something special, I'm guessing.
No, actually, it's just the typical triangles today.
Oh, okay.
Yesterday we had the 50, the 5 and the 0 as a maximum double drop, and you had to score on the 5, you had to score on the 0. Today it is a marker in the Gordon Bennett triangles, and one triangle is closer to the X than the other one.
Okay.
So the trick will be to drop your marker inside the triangle that is the closest to the X. And from the drawing he sent me, it appears they're going to actually set that up in 2 of those out there. So there'll be one that's kind of a north-south path and one that appears to be an east-west path as well. Now, you talked about don't throw on the X, except in today's competition, the X is its own
task
sure. as well.
Right.
So drop on the X with one marker, drop in the triangle for the other task.
For the Gordon Bennett.
And don't forget to get the ring on the pole as you come through as well.
Now we're going to get
an
actual official explanation. Yeah, we're getting, again, an advice from our launch officials and our Balloon Meister request that we remind you, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to move off the balloon field. If you're not part of a balloon team that is actively inflating and about to launch their balloon, you need to be moving. As I say, primarily everybody moves to the east. They all gather around where the shapes are, but you can come to the south here along Corporate Road. You can move to the far north end, or you can move over to the West Road. But we need to get spectators clear of the field so that our officials can get the flagging team out and start flagging off the competition target zone. So if you would, a lot of you are moving slowly to the east. I see that. Thank you for your cooperation. But again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're here as a spectator, you need to clear the balloon field, the big grass, launch area, because that's going to be our scoring area very soon. So please move your way. Best to move over to the east side of the field along Main Street, because then if you get bored with the balloons, you can do a little shopping. And I think even the mounted patrol are out there now beginning to help us. It's kind of like herding cats at this point.
Herding guests.
Herding guests. But yeah, if you'll cooperate with us, we can get the competition underway that much quicker.
And
we've got a whole other bunch of balloons that are waiting to come fly in here.
You bet. And you can see from all 4 sides of the target area. So if you didn't want to get in all the crowds on the east side, consider north, south, or west. But just pick a direction and head that way. The sooner you move to the sides, the sooner we can get the flagging and the target area set up, and the sooner we can get our competition underway. Our competition pilots, some of them may already be in the air. I see a couple of racers over there already.
Well, it would be hard to pick them out at this point because the sky is simply full of balloons. This is the largest number of balloons we've had in the air since opening Saturday.
650 balloons registered here today.
Wow.
120 of them special shapes. And being special shapes day, all 120 are expected to be here. And I'm not counting, but I would guess they're here.
I would guess so too. And, and a lot of them now are remaining static along the east side of the field, and that's where the crowd is really compressing into, as is usually the case. I saw earlier, I still see the balloon on its side, cold inflating, flip-flop fantasies. My good friend Terry Dillard out of Florida, who had quite an adventure coming to Balloon Fiesta. They left Florida early to get out ahead of Hurricane Ian when they thought the storm was going into the panhandle of Florida. They wanted to get past that point, and so they went north and were coming along the I-40 route through Memphis, Tennessee. When they got to Memphis, the storm had changed its course and was turning and going inland, as we all know, much nearer to Terry and Debbie's house. So they turned around and went back home to ride out the storm in a marina where they live in a marina that they operate, which is populated largely by retirees and elderly folks. So they went back, quite honestly, to be good Samaritans and be there for their neighbors and their community. They did ride out the storm with very minor damage other than some flooding. And so then once they knew that everyone was safe, they repacked the balloon trailer, hooked it up, and turned around and came back to Balloon Fiesta. And there's the balloon coming up right now with the flip-flops on the side, the purple, pink, and yellow checkered pattern there. So Flip-Flop Fantasies is here with Terry Dillard.
Meanwhile, one of our ride balloons is coming back onto the field to land, and we will remind spectators, do not get in front of a balloon that is coming in to land. As this one is coming in, just nice and gentle, do not get in front. Let the crews go ahead and catch the balloon. They'll catch it from the side and behind. We will probably see a lot of that as our competitors come over the targets. They will be doing exactly the same thing. So as a balloon comes back into the field, you will not want to be in front of the balloon. Don't think you can stand there in front of it and stop it. As big and as gentle and as puffy as they look, they have a huge mass and will literally just bowl you over. So watch for those coming in. And
we do still have a lot of spectators in the southern end of the field here, and that's okay, except you need to be aware that does become a landing zone for our competitors. And so don't put out your blankets and your folding chairs and your little wagons, etc., and think, okay, this is my piece of ground, I'm sticking here. Because you may well need to be moved and or move yourself out of the way once some of these balloons come in and start landing. So if you're going to stay down here in the south end, that's fine. Just be aware that balloons eventually will be landing in this area, and you'll need to keep your head on a swivel to know what's going on around you, and be prepared to get up and move if necessary so the pilots can come in and make a safe landing, because we don't want anybody getting hurt, certainly not a spectator sitting on the grass not realizing that there's a balloon coming at them.
Some of you are still out in the scoring area, and we do need to continue to have you move to one of the sides. I do see our scoring officials starting to lay out the triangles for our Gordon Bennett task here this morning.
Some of the others are out on the four-wheelers and the golf carts trying to herd the cats, as it were, and move everybody over to the east. You can see generally the area where you need to be, because as you look down the field, you can see some of the flagging and people behind them. So if you're still out in the grassy area, you really need to move to an area where you would be behind that flagging. Or if you're here in the south, the best thing to do would be, there's a little berm, a little rise right here in front of Corporate Row where all the corporate tents are, the fencing and sponsor hospitality. The best thing, if you're going to stay on the south end of the field, come back up here to that little berm. There you can sit and watch and not have to be worried principally about having to move for a balloon. So better to move a little further toward the edge of the field than standing right out there in the middle of the south end.
That said, I'm going to let you hang on to things here.
It's time for you to go.
I'm going to head down with our mobile cam into the competition area.
Okay.
And I will talk to you from down there.
All right. Well, be careful going downstairs, and we will see you shortly back on the feed as the pilots, our scoring team, are getting those 5 poles erected down in the scoring area. We can see them now. Again, one of the tasks for the pilots today will be to take that little mini hula hoop, that little plastic ring. We had one here on set yesterday to show you. And it's about maybe 12, 14 inches wide. And the object, as the pilots come flying in, is to drop that ring on one of those poles, each pole worth $2,000. Now, if you're the only pilot to get your ring on a pole, on any of the 5 poles, you'll win $2,000. If 2 or 3 or more pilots get their rings all on the same pole, then they will split that $2,000. Yesterday, we had 2 pilots each get a pole individually. So those 2 pilots, Thomas Hora, and I'm sorry I don't have the identity on the other pilot, but each of them has now won $2,000, and maybe we'll see some more win some cash today. And then, of course, we have our other task, again, a marker on the X. And then we also have, as Art was describing, a Gordon Bennett task, which we'll see some triangles laid out on the field. The X is the measuring point. The triangles are the scoring zone. And the object of that task will be simply to get your marker in the triangle, but as close to the X as possible. So usually those triangles are situated so that a tip one of the tips on the three sides of the triangle is very close to the X, and that is the perfect score. And as always, the fabric that is used to create the target, to make the outline of those triangles, if your marker ends on the fabric is in, so that will count as a score. And Art will be down there with our crack camera team shortly and be reporting live from there as we watch the balloons fly in. So I think, again, ladies and gentlemen, a final reminder, if you would please move to an area behind the flagging. Our team now, I think we've got the eastern line pretty well in force, and I see the flags being extended now from east to west. Those of you on the south end of the field, you're okay there. But again, I'm going to caution you, eventually balloons are going to be landing there. I really, really would encourage you to move up here and find yourself a nice little seat along the berm, the little rise in the field here along Corporate Row, where you'll have a great view of everything happening, and you don't have to worry about suddenly having balloons come flying through where it is that you're sitting and watching. But yeah, there go the flags across the field, east to west, here on the south end of the field, marking the boundary of our scoring area. So you need to be behind those flags, no matter which side of the field you choose to watch from. We're going to leave the feed live. I'm going to step away from just the mic for a couple of minutes. Art is on his way downstairs. As soon as Art is back with us, we'll both come back on live, and we'll get today's competition underway. It is Special Shapes Rodeo Day at the 50th Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta. We are powered by ExxonMobil. You're watching Balloon Fiesta Live.
But we're coming. Hey, don't bury Tom. Don't bury Tom. Sorry.
Name tag for 2.5. Name tag.
1, 2.5, go.
All right, she's in.
Okay.
Keep going. You got nothing to do in the last 24 hours. Nice. Yep. Good. Nice.
Jenny's favorite part.
Doing great.
And ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, or good morning rather. It's not afternoon yet, sometimes it just feels like it. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Balloon Fiesta Live, whether you're listening to us on the PA here on the field or you're watching on the live feed. We are ready to get underway with competition this morning. As the second part of our activities, our double ascension, as Art was discussing this morning. Art Lloyd Jr. is now down in the scoring area with our camera crew, so let's go down there live. Art, is the field open? Because I know that one racer coming through the field is one of our competitor balloons. Are we underway already?
Yes, Glenn, we are underway, and we have already had the first marker thrown successfully in the triangle of the Gordon Bennett Memorial Task that's going on today. So if we can look behind me, here is the X. Remember, that's a target in its own right, but it is also the measuring point to the designated scoring areas. There are two triangles. If we look this way, this triangle is much closer to the center of the X, so this is the better triangle to be in. Of course, the farther out you are, the less score. There is another triangle which is farther away, so you're going to be wanting to throw into one of these. You could take the easy way, catch the first triangle in as you come in from the north, but your best score will be farther away than the best score on the southern triangle. But if you wait till the southern triangle, you could end up flying beyond it and miss altogether. So here's looks like he was winding up like he was going to throw. There goes the wind up again. We're talking about the racer coming down the east side of the field. So remember yesterday we talked about catching the wind up on the side of the basket? It just happened again. Yep. There's the big throw, and it's in the center of the triangle.
Well, and just to be clear, Art, you showed us the two. So
that will be measured to the center of the X. Now he's winding up to throw on the X itself. And so that will get measured. So a score from the X and a score in the triangle for the Gordon Bennett Memorial. And we already have a slew of balloons coming our way. The white, mostly white racer with the red and black. Scott Vesley's coming down the field, but he took off from here, so he can't compete. We've got Al or Ryan Lowenstein in the blue balloon carrying the Sandia Resort and Casino banner coming in. Both Hartzell balloons. Joe is the one that is going up again. He's going to change his line. The other Hartzell staying low and appears to have a good line coming through. And just to the east of the Lighthouse Business Systems balloon, pretends to throw a marker, which he can't do. I didn't see a marker drop from the other one on the other side of it. But we're kind of between the two setups. It's the same setup. One is pointed north-south, one is pointed east-west. And of course, don't forget that there are 5 poles along the north side. So we're going to watch this white racer with the black and red. Already has one mark. Over the northern triangle. Looking for the tip of that one. Very nice. About 6 feet from the tip. That's going to be a great score. And did not attempt to throw on the X, concentrated on the Gordon Bennett. So over on the west target, the nice yellow sunrise being pushed by the Hartzell balloon without the silverness. There's a nice toss from the Sandia Resort balloon. 2 of them in there. There's one in the X. And he's going to throw it our way. That one would be on for an X score. Definitely closer. Pretty smart play there. Throw the Gordon Bennett on one side, throw the X on the other side because you're closer to it. The Spiral Rainbow making a very quick descent, dropping both of his markers. Here comes another marker our way. And a touch on the ground by the racer on the west side. A little more than a touch. That will be a penalty of some sort. You cannot touch the ground in the target area. Here comes Joe Zavada in the Hall of Fame balloon. We got video of him coming in on the Sid Cutter the other day. He's dropping in nicely. Going to be on the west Gordon Bennett target. Remember that there is an X in the center and 2 triangles, one triangle closer than the other. Hitting that one, you almost have to throw those 2 baggies at the same time because they're equal that way. So there's one. That's probably the X. And yes, and there's the orange inside the triangle. So 2 good throws by Joe Zavada in the Hall of Fame balloon. The other racer coming in behind him, well, they're coming in from all angles. I've got Johnny Petrin over the top of me. We've got a Spiral one off on the west target and the balloon that has the racer. There's a nice throw by the Spiral on the west and a good one to the X. So 2 good scores over there. Johnny Petrin flying over the top of us. We'll see what he does. Right on the center of the X from Johnny. And right inside the triangle. 2 great throws from Johnny Petrin, champion here in 2004 and 2008. The racer balloon coming in, as is Mark Sullivan on the far west side of the field. In the triangle for the racer balloon, taking a look. Oh, he got the marker caught up in the crown line. Untangle it, fly the balloon. Get a throw. Try to get it back our way. And it went way high, but dropped in front of our camera. Mark Sullivan going up high to see if he can get a change. That's the red Spiral racer. We have the purple one coming right over the target on the west side. He's got his X marker out. There's that throw. That's right in there. Inside the triangle, over on the east target, the red and black and white one drops. That's a good score inside the triangle from up high. A wind up for the X. Whoa, that's on the legs of the X. Our scorers are going to be busy today, Glenn. From up high, more baggies being dropped on the west target. This mostly yellow balloon with the parrot design coming over the east target. Got 2 markers in hand. The orange one needs triangles. The yellow one will be measured to the... Waiting, waiting. Looks like he's going to try for the triangle that is closer. Of course, that will be the better score. Now he has to keep in mind that the baggie is going to have some level of momentum. The orange one is in the target. The yellow one just about 20 feet off of the X. Here comes Dave Eichhorn in the yellow and orange balloon, Morato's mark. And he's just drifting in nice and low. We'll have to see which target he picks because he's kind of coming at us between. Again, this is Dave Eichhorn, Albuquerque balloonist and balloon repair shop owner. They still have the ring, and they are south of the poles. Dave says he's got a $100 bill wrapped up in that marker. He's going to throw it off to the X. And he's got his orange one. He'll try and throw that in the triangle. A little wind up. And he's in the triangle as well. Joe Hartzell coming down on the west target now while we watch balloons drop in on our east target as well. So Joe Hartzell in the blue racer with the white stars and the black and white checkerboard. Going to come right in the center. He'll be able to drop on the X, drop in the triangle as well. We'll watch what Joe does. There's the throw for the X. That's the yellow one. And plants the orange one in the corner of the triangle as well. The yellow racer with the linked diamonds. Isn't that Ken Drawn, Glenn?
Yes, you're right, Art. That is Ken Drawn out of North Carolina.
He is coming in nice and slow. This other one right in front of us here. Unfortunately, a little bounce. Banner 159. But Ken Drawn continued to work his way in. The yellow racer with the blue and red.
Ken's balloon, by the way, is called Highly Contagious.
He has managed to save his descents as to not hit the ground. He's got his white marker in. That'll be for the X. Good throw for the X. Can he get an orange one out? There it is. Great score in the triangle for Ken Drawn. Off the far east side, we have the yellow and blue stair-step balloon from Page, Arizona, the Horseshoe Bend balloon. They're going to be on the east side. They may be able to give a nice throw. The Wizard balloon's coming back over the top, but our next competitor is the red racer with blue and white checks on it. I believe that's Sane. And your friend the gnome coming down the west side as well. She's in great position, and the red racer winding up the yellow marker. That's for the X. That looks good. I didn't see an orange one come out, though, for the Gordon Bennett Memorial.
Art, that red racer with the blue and white blocks is Dutch Direct is the name of the balloon, and the pilot is, I'm going to murder this, I'm sure, Samna Harhers. My apologies. They are from the Netherlands.
That's why I let you say that one.
Well, thank you.
So we've got a regular shape yellow with the multicolor diamond darts coming up at the bottom and the top. They appear to have what could be a good run on one of our poles. One of the first competitors to come in low enough at that end of the field to ring the pole. So we will keep an eye on that. And it looks like they're going to get a field goal and go right between them, but they could get to this one. There's the toss, goes over the top of the ring and does not ring the pole. But they have a great line for the Gordon Bennett task and the X task. I see the orange marker already in hand. Or maybe I should say in mouth. And some video being taken from up there as well. So going past the northernmost market, going for the higher score one. There's the X, 2 feet off the center. There's the Gordon Bennett, about 3 feet from the tip. So very good scores for this yellow balloon with the darts, the different colored darts. We've got a pass on both targets. On the far side, the blue Viva camera.
And Art, the yellow balloon
east
with those
target. We've got this dark racer with the black, the dark pinks and purples and blues. They're both going to get to the target about the same time. And a Kubitschek racer, which we saw yesterday get right in on the targets, is going to drop right in behind that Cameron Viva. So a wind up from the blue one. That's inside the target area. Racer 204. That was the X throw. And there is the Gordon Bennett. They could score those the other way, but the marker colors are not what the rules say. The Kubitschek racer on the far west drops his orange marker inside the triangle, winds up to throw for the X. There goes that one, and it's off the edge of the X from the Kubitschek racer on the west side of the field. Elite fleet, Glenn.
The just quickly, Art, the yellow balloon with the darts and the diamonds that you were watching earlier, that is a balloon called Diamond. That's Steve Williams from right here in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Just a little bit, Daddy.
So there's a throw on the Gordon Bennett. Winding up the white one and throwing for the X. Decent throws from Simbaloo. The black balloon coming at us is Mike Voorhees. We see the markers coming out, getting in there, ready to see what they can do on the Gordon Bennett and on the X. So again, the orange marker is to go in the triangle. The other color marker will be scored to the center of the X. One marker in one hand, the other marker in the other hand. Oops, then you got to fix it so that you can still fly the balloon. There's the dark marker, 3 feet off the center. The Gordon Bennett marker about 4 feet from the point of the target. So great throws from Mike Voorhees in the black Psychonic.com balloon.
I didn't realize the
over on the west side. Go ahead, Glenn.
I was just going to say, I didn't realize Cymbaloo was competing this morning, but he's coming over to land along the eastern edge of the crowd now. And out there coming to you, Art, is Tomas Hora in G-Daddy, the Texas Twist balloon, the red balloon with that yellow and blue spiral. Thomas got a pole yesterday, you will recall.
And so coming in, it appears from vantage point to be a little bit west of that X, but certainly doable. He's going to be at the closer triangle. He's got the orange marker out. Again, the orange marker needs to go in the triangle. And a little wind up, throw. That looks outside the triangle from my point of view. I did not see a throw on an X from Tomas Hora in the G-Daddy balloon.
Well, you'll remember he said he was out of the competition.
Balloon that came in with him.
You'll remember that he said, Tomas said he was out of the competition on Tuesday, the first day. So yesterday he didn't throw. He just went for the poles. So probably not too disappointed if he doesn't get a decent remark today. Meanwhile, down at the poles, there's Chris Sabia in the Wonder Balloon. Looks like he might be near one of those poles, Art.
He is. He's coming in on the one just to the west of the road. Meanwhile, a great throw on the triangles from the black balloon. Oh, here comes one my way. Towards the X. There's the yellow balloon over on the west side of the field with the heart patterns in multiple colors. That's Kathy Smith in Levity. While we watch Chris Sabia come in the Wonder Balloon. Of course, I moved to the road and he kind of shifts direction this way. There's his throw. Well, right on the edge. We'd have to get closer to see. Get the other color marker out as he throws for the X. And a decent throw on the X. Chris Sabia in the Wonder Balloon.
Meanwhile, our scoring officials walked Cymbaloo all the way down the crowd line to the south end of the field here for landing.
He said he thought he got a pole.
Did he get it?
I don't know. I didn't see it.
I thought he would. From my point of view, it's hard to see it with the clouds.
We're trying to determine whether Chris managed to get a pole as he came across. We're a little farther south of that, watching the Gordon Bennett and the X targets. Jay Mason in the teal balloon with the orange and the white diamonds from on the far west side of the field, dropping from fairly high. The orange marker is outside the triangle. Jay flying the Real TV 1 of New Mexico balloon. And he was one of our pilots representing those original 13 balloons last Friday at Coronado Center. He was representing Bill Cutter, the brother of Sid Cutter.
He did get it.
So they're telling me that Chris Sabia did get that pole, Glenn.
Well, good for Chris. I'm sure he and Amanda will put that money to good use. Probably buy a whole truck full of Wonder Bread.
Basically came right by the pole, reached over, and just kind of dropped it on that pole, which is, we keep talking about, if you can do it that way, that's the best way. Don't trust the ring toss to the toss part of that.
Yeah, seldom does tossing a ring do any good.
In. Nope. U.S. Bank just dropped in. We'll make a nice pass, I believe, on the west target. Nick Donner flying the U.S. Bank balloon for us today. Scott McClinton usually flies that balloon, but had to return home due to the loss of his mother. We send our condolences to the McClinton family. But Nick doing the honors.
Well, if you're going to hand off your balloon.
This is one of those where you.
Sorry, Art. I was going to say, if you're going to hand off your balloon to another pilot, you could do worse than picking Nick Donner, a former world champion and 5-time U.S. national champion.
Well, and he is showing exactly those skills as he comes in about 3 feet over the ground. He's coming in on the target that you have to throw to quickly because the center of the X and the triangle line up. And there's the maneuver. You throw one out the front, you turn around and drop the other one out the back as you go, and you get your markers on the X and right in the corner of the triangle. 2 great scores from Nick Donner in the U.S. Bank balloon.
Yeah, nicely done, Nick. And whoever was flying with him was certainly enjoying the moment as well.
So a couple of local balloons coming in now on the west target. Going up high in the multi-shades of blue, that should be John Wilson and the Jaws balloon, although I think John was working some of our other deals here, and he may not be the one flying that. And then I always wonder, how do you call this color here? Because it's like every color. It's yellow, it's blue, it's orange, it's red, it's green. It's got almost every color in it in those kind of staggered patterns. That's going to be either Kaleidoscope or Barely Awake. Those 2 balloons are identical. And dropping down quickly on the west side of that balloon, the big white equator with the black bands just above and below that, carrying the waste management balloon banner. But he looks to be like he might be starting to drift off.
Yeah, he's getting a push to the west.
It will be yeah, I see that.
And if I'm correct, that balloon is.
And I'm thinking that is.
That's Jerry Kopus, I believe.
Oh, yes, that's who that would be. And that looks to be Dave Bear at the piloting of the Kaleidoscope color balloon. Kaleidoscope being the name of the other one, that's his dad's balloon. This would be Barely Awake.
And while she's not competing, Cheryl Reichert in her balloon party is coming back into the scene. That's that bouquet of balloons with the little Mylar star balloon on this side. The other side of the balloon is a Mylar balloon that says happy birthday. And she launched from the field earlier, one of our special shapes. She's just drifting by the west side of the field. While there's a bit of a break in the action down at the target, it looks like, Art. There is Space Cowboy also down to the north, but again, they launched as part of our Shapes Rodeo earlier, so not in the competition, but able to box back to the field. In fact, speaking of boxing back to the field, way out there also is Craig Kennedy in the Chick-fil-A balloon, Chicklet, and he's descending. Looks like they're probably going to set up for an approach to fly the length of the field and then come down and land here at the south end would be my guess.
Yeah, make that competition pass even though he's not competing.
Yeah, exactly.
It's nice how all the shapes are still inflated over on the east side of the field. They like the competition as much as the rest of us do out here.
Well,
and a great crowd. Thanks for coming out and being here with us.
Yeah, and if you look up, I'm looking up directly over the rooftop studio here, Art, and the wind, I think, is shifting a bit because a lot of the pilots that were up high trying to work their way into the center of the field to then drop to the target, they're now being pushed to the south. So the upper flow looks like it's kind of changed a bit.
I think you're right. There's also a lot of different directions up there. I'm just noticing off to the west, Mark Sullivan's red racer. He looks like he's attempting to box back around. Solaire is up there with Sean Rea. Our Freedom balloon, the racer with the blue and white checks and the yellow pennants that we've seen in the target area the last couple of days. They're just off to the west side of the field and appear to be trying to get back north and a little bit east so that they can get over the targets.
But
the east, though, is lower than they are.
And I don't see anything north up above me, Art, as I'm looking at all the different altitudes. There is a little bit. If you look up the balloon that is purple and horizontal bands of kind of looks like reds, pinks, and then a purple equator. Now, at his altitude, there is a little bit of north. Also, the blue and pink balloon, almost directly over our head, they've got a little bit of a north drift. But everybody to the east generally is pushing to the south. We're not seeing a lot of north over there. So there may be a thin band up there, but it's at a very specific altitude that you'd have to find your way into.
It's there. There are two yellow balloons, Zarek Wells in his yellow with the black mustache, and the yellow racer with the Texas Star on it and the black checkerboard that goes up. They are up fairly high, and they are both tracking to the north at a decent little pace. At that same altitude, a little farther north, is the blue Freedom racer we talked about. Right behind it is one of the red, white, and blue balloons. That one looks to be like Mark Fritzy's balloon because he was in on the target as well.
Yeah, but
so on the field we have this one with the eye pattern, the yellow and the black. He's going to wind up and attempt to get his orange marker. Looks like he got it caught in something as it was winding up and then stopped. There it goes.
Well,
and it fell outside the triangle of the scoring area. There's the yellow one. The yellow one will be measured to the center of the X.
And I was just going to say, Art, the two racers you talked about, Gary Haven, the yellow racer with the star in it, and then just behind him, Zarek Wells in the guilty balloon yellow with the mustache. While they are getting some northerly track, they're also getting a push off to the west, as is the Freedom racer you spoke about. Getting a direct north is looking to be fairly difficult at this moment, but those three balloons directly overhead of the center of the field have got a little bit of it. Again, the blue and pink balloon that is the highest of those three moving in the center of the field does seem to have a fairly good push to the north at a decent rate of speed. All these balloons over to the west are really honestly having a hard time finding that northerly move that they need to get back into a scoring position.
Yeah, and I think the issue is as you said, there's some west in that north, but you need the north, so you have to sacrifice that direction to the west. You just have to fly farther north because when you drop down, there seems to be a very slow, very thin layer to the east, and you'd have to ride that back over. So the directions are there, but on the difficult side to be able to stay in and be able to make this target. So you're going to have to really pay attention to your altitudes and any changing that might be going on up there.
I was being told here, Kim's on the roof with me helping to spot this morning, and Ralph Kaiser is out in your area now. He's that white balloon, alternating white gores with the multicolored gores that have the reds and blues and purples in it, and the yellow scoop around the bottom. He's just outside the scoring area, it looks like, from our vantage point.
That's correct. Too high for the poles for a nice drop on the poles. That doesn't mean you can't try the toss from up there. But he might be lining up for the Gordon Bennett Memorials and the X's.
Hey, Art, way over
doing
to
a little bit more of a descent.
Yeah, way over to the right. That pink and blue balloon is descending, and there are two markers falling almost side by side coming down from a very high altitude. You might be able to see them now. Yellow marker down, and I think a red or orange one just beside it.
Thanks for spotting that one. We've got our eyes glued on Ralph.
Yeah, well, this guy, he worked from very high trying to get that north, and then finally decided to throw from there. I'm not sure he's even inside the scoring area, to be honest. The yellow marker's inside the flagging, so he might score.
The yellow should be scored to the X. So as long as you're within the flagging, those will get scored.
Okay, well, he's inside the flagging, and the other, the darker
triangle.
The darker red or orange looked like it landed nearby it. It's way out here, though, to the almost directly out in front of us in the first bit of the flagging area, so quite a distance from the target.
So Ralph is going up a little bit, while Craig Kennedy and Chick-fil-A seems to be kind of dropping down maybe a little bit. Craig not competing, but Ralph in the competition group. I don't see any markers in hand. So he's just going to kind of probably come down and land by you.
Well, Craig launched as part of the early morning launch pre-competition, so he's not a competitive pilot anyway. Well, you've got a break there at the target, Art. If you look to the north, down near where the chainsaw carving tints are, looks like we're getting our mini-me's, our model balloons, the globitos, the RC balloons. There's a whole batch of them that are inflated down along the north road there now. Not sure if that's going to be an attempt at that record we're hoping to set, but there certainly are a lot of them there for the ladies and gentlemen on the field. If you want to go down to that part of the field, you can do so as long as you stay outside of the flagging. And there are, they're on the feed now as well. Again, we're not sure this is an official attempt at getting that Guinness World Record, but there are a whole bunch of the little model or RC balloons, the globitos, that are inflated all along the far end of the field. I can see the Spirit of Fiesta balloon there. The little Zia balloon is in the group. The fireman, the little fire dog with the fire hat, is in that group. So a whole batch of our globitos are now inflating down at the far north end of Balloon Fiesta Park.
I'm at midfield, and so quite a ways away from them, but even my count puts us at least 35 out there, and there are more still inflating as we talk about. The Guilty Mini-Me is out there, as is the Fiesta Gold balloon. There's a bottle special shape over there. There is the Zia one you talked about. Cork the Puppy, one of our special shape balloons we talked about earlier this morning.
Yep.
The mini balloon, the RC balloon of that is out there. The Spirit of Fiesta balloon is out there. The Hearts of Fire balloon is out there, and a whole slew of others. So while I told you I counted 35, just 5 seconds ago, looking back out there, I see even more standing up. So as we predicted, we would see these set up today, and we'll have to see if we can get more than 50 of them stood up to attempt that record.
Well, and as I look down that direction, Art, as well, there is a bit of a hole in the crowd where the special shapes are, and that whole line of globitos goes well beyond the crowd line. I was only able to see what was at the crowd line outward or westward from the crowd line along the north road, but now I can see it extends well back over to the east, where, the Fiesta balloon, Spirit of Fiesta, is the Zia balloon is there, Cork the Puppy in that group, and then, to the far western edge of that line of little RC balloons was Hearts of Fire. I noticed that because our friends Pauline Baker and Malcolm White are flying the real or the big Hearts of Fire balloon. We saw them launch this morning. So I would say we're well underway and maybe attempting that Guinness World Record this morning with our model balloons.
So I'm being told and reminded that 55 will break the record or set the record. We are expecting and attempting to get at least 60 up out there this morning. And like I said, every time I count, there's at least 2 or 3 more. So my count is pushing 40 at the moment. And there are a number that I can't see because of the regular size special shape balloons between me and that line.
Hopefully we'll get some word if they are able to set that record, but it would appear that that attempt is underway. That would be my guess based on the huge number of the RC balloons that we do see inflating.
So we still have about 40 minutes left in competition here. The field will close at 10 o'clock. There are only 1 or 2 that are kind of in a more immediate or soon pass here on the targets. As you talked about just a few minutes ago, the upper winds are rolling the balloons farther out to the west. And we do have one that's almost over those remote controls. It's the yellow at the top with the orange. He seems to be managing to find that east direction up there. And he is still far enough north that we could see a nice pass from there. There's another one very high out there. I'm not sure who that might be. And then this yellow equator, kind of elongated diamonds with different hearts in the center of it, blue colors alternating through there. He might have a nice pass here as well. I think we'll take a wait and see what they do. And then we may be heading up to the remote control balloons and see if we can be up there and give you more accurate information on who's standing up, how many, etc.
Okay, that sounds like a good plan. Meanwhile, I'm just checking our Facebook feed again for some of the comments. Janine Giancarco says, is that a wolf balloon that she saw on our feed? It is indeed in the special shapes group at the far north end of the field that is still inflated. That is a wolf balloon, and that is Ashley Moore who flies that balloon. They are here from the UK. They're part of the Longleat Wild Fleet, as it were, or Babel, or Battalion, or Platoon, or all those other terms that we used earlier today for a group of balloons. So yes, you were well spotted. That is in fact a wolf balloon that is still stood up down there. Looks like there's a bit of a break in the action for you, Art. I mean, there are a few balloons up high that are over the center of the field that could still drop in. Telemendo's balloon is coming into a landing here to the south end of the field, yellow with the purple and green and blue spiral in it. The great majority of the balloons are still finding themselves far off to the west, and really having to hunt for any kind of wind to bring them back over the field.
Yeah, if you can see the green and red and orange zigzag balloon, she is directly over the west target. They would have to drop from there, although they're now passing over it, so the momentum would carry the marker. Well, here it comes. There's one. Are they 2? Yep, there they are. And there's the orange one outside.
There's another one coming down from that green balloon.
Looks like another orange one. Yeah, so drop from, oh, here comes the third one. 4. All of them outside the triangles, but their non-orange color markers will be measured to the center of the X. We do have another one, yellow towards the bottom here. Looks like there's pink on top. Could also drop from that high. And I think if I were the pilot at that altitude, I'd be dropping now. although they're bringing their balloon down closer first. And having to push through that little direction to the west.
Well, that round balloon that's red at the bottom.
As high as they are and at the speed they're moving, they're going to have to keep in mind the momentum of the baggie when they drop. There it is. So they did drop ahead of time.
There's the second marker.
There's two of them. There's one inside the triangle, two inside the triangle. So one will be scored to the X, the other inside the triangle. So played the momentum very nicely, dropping before you get to the X so that the momentum carries it down into the triangle. On the other side of the field, the one I mentioned before, the blue verticals separated by the elongated yellow diamonds and the red hearts, is going to be coming right down over the edge of the scoring field on the east side.
Yeah, they could do a windup and get a marker inside the scoring area, but they're right along the east, the furthermost eastern edge of the scoring area, Art.
Yeah, and with that little push to the west, it's going to get a little closer.
Well, if they would drop down, and get a little further in, they will get that westerly push as we see the balloons that are down low here in front of us. They would slide, and that would bring them further out into the scoring area, giving them a better score. But at this point, they're maintaining their altitude just over the crowd and the eastern line of the scoring boundary.
Don't you just love this flying from the ground that we can provide to the pilots?
Yeah, isn't it amazing what great pilots we are sitting here on the ground?
We can see from this angle now that balloon is sponsored by KRQE, Channel 13, here in the New Mexico area.
Well, and if he was really creative, he'd get the airship to come over and just push him out into the scoring area.
There's the marker drop for the X. And our scoring team already starting their task of measuring all of the baggies that have been dropped. Remember, they're measuring the orange ones inside the triangle, as those are the Gordon Bennett Memorial task. If an orange one is outside the scoring area, it'll be recorded as being outside the scoring area. All the non-orange colored markers will be measured and scored to the center of that X as part of the other task. So two different baggy tasks today, and of course the ring the pole task out there as well. And if you missed it, we believe Chris Sabia did get a pole in the Wonder Balloon. So that will be $2,000 to Chris.
No, that'll be $2,000 to Amanda.
Maybe they'll split it at $1,000 each.
Well, that might work.
Of course, maybe Chris would take 500, Amanda could take 500, you could get 500, and I could get 500.
All approved, motion carries, all opposed. I'll vote for that.
We have one abstention. We have one objection out here. Ruth Lind is not happy that she's not in the mix. Hey, Glenn, since it doesn't look like anybody's going to get here in the next few minutes or so, or maybe even in the next 30 or 35 that we have for the competition, we're going to take a moment. We're going to run down to the remote control balloons and see what we can bring you about that record attempt that is underway with our remote control RC balloons up at the north end of the field.
All right, why don't you go ahead and change locations. I'll fill in from here while you do that. Just give us a shout when you're down there and ready to come back live. And yeah, I think most of our competitive scoring is over for the day. Most of the other balloons that I see are well off to the west, and I just don't see a pattern that would bring them back. We do have that one balloon high overhead that is the horizontal bands of burgundies and reds and pinks and purple. I can't recall now. I think they've already dropped. As I recall, they dropped down rather rapidly and through from high altitude. So I think they're probably just trying to maybe fly onto a landing site. The KRQE balloon Art was talking about did come down here to the south end of the field. They flew along the crowd line there on the east and just got to the southern end of Balloon Fiesta Park here where they were able to land. So, yeah, and some of the special shapes are still standing up. The squirrel balloon is up. I see the armadillo has just deflated. Looks like the moose is still up. There's the tennis shoe. But it used to be Famous Footwear. I'm not sure what the name of it is now without looking in my database real quickly. But they're still up, as are some of the witch balloons at the far north end of the field. And Ashley Moore still has the wolf standing up down there. So it does look like, I'm going to have to assume from what I can see here, that we are well underway in attempting the RC balloon record this morning. And for the truck, my monitor's gone black up here. I don't know what that might be. Maybe the power's turned off or something, but I've lost the monitor up here. But yeah, there is quite a long line. In fact, it looks a bit like a mass ascension from Balloon Fiesta Field down there at the north end of the field where the RC balloons are. I know we have a lot of interest in this on the live feed. With regard to the record, we had a lot of people were asking this morning if it would be attempted, and it would appear to us that it is, and we'll find out further once Art is down there. Somebody checking in now from Walla Walla, Washington, saying thanks for the feed. Super excited to see the RC balloons is Kareen Fearer. I hope I said that right, Kareen. Yep, it does look like we're going for the RC record today. Kareen is laughing out loud. Glen is funny. I don't know what I said that was funny, but I'm glad you enjoyed it. I try to be entertaining when we can. It might have been the comment about the $2,000 going to Amanda, because I see it was right after some comments about the Wonder Balloon. But at any rate, yeah, we do try to throw a little humor into the program wherever we have the opportunity. So, so we're going to move Art. We are moving Art and the camera crew down to the north end of the field, where it does appear that our attempt at setting a Guinness World Record for the number of RC balloons inflated is ongoing. And looks like a lot of the crowd has perhaps begun to make its way down there, because the crowd line along the eastern edge where all of the shapes were has definitely thinned out. Now some are moving over to the Main Street to do some shopping before they leave this morning, which they may be doing a little bit later. We're still, let's see, checking my clock. We're only at 9:30, and I believe the targets were going to be open until 10 this morning, because we get off to, although we got off pretty close to, no, it was 8:30ish when we started. So yeah, pretty sure the targets will be open until 10. We'll know when the targets close, because they'll pop smoke down there to tell us that. But I think the focus right now has to be on the RC balloons all along the north road of Balloon Fiesta Park, and I think a lot of the crowd is moving down there to see that. Now, these model balloons are just like their larger cousins. They're built in most cases of the same fabrics. They're built in the same patterns, and by that I mean each envelope is a series of panels that are sewn into gores, being vertical pieces of fabric, and then the gores are sewn together to create the round balloon. The baskets are very much similar to what we actually fly in. They're wicker baskets in most cases, with a couple of burners, typically one or two burners on it. You don't need a lot of burners on a small RC balloon. And they use propane for fuel, just like we do. So there are a lot of similarities in the RC balloon and their larger flying cousins. The RC balloons are, in many cases, what I've been referring to as mini-me's. For example, the Hearts of Fire is a duplicate or a replica of the larger Hearts of Fire balloon. The Spirit of Fiesta balloon obviously looks just like the real Spirit of Fiesta balloon. Then we've got the the Zia balloon, and that is Dr. Tom McConnell's granddaughter, who is the chairman of that. Chairman, she is the pilot, I'm sorry, of the little Zia balloon that is, again, a mini-me of their larger flying balloon, as are several of the, there it's back, Greg, or Gary, it was for a moment. So a lot of the balloons are replicas, and that's really been the growth in the sport of RC ballooning here in the States in the last several months, has been the number of balloon pilots who are getting into or building an RC balloon as a means for them to enjoy ballooning on those days when perhaps maybe you don't go out and fly your big balloon. So a lot of these RC balloons are, in fact, purposely built as replicas of their larger flying balloons. So Art is down in that area now. We're just trying to reestablish the signal and the audio, and he can bring us some more accurate reporting from down there. I can just tell you what I can see, and I'm literally completely at the opposite end of Balloon Fiesta Park. My monitor's been restored so I can see a little bit more now because I have the advantage of seeing what our cameras are showing us. And so I believe we do now have Art and the team down in the RC area. So Art, I'm going to toss it back to you, and maybe you can give us a little more accurate picture of what's happening down there.
Thanks, Glenn. So we are up here at the north end of the field, right at the edge of the line of this RC record-breaking attempt. We need to get to 55 to break the record. As I started up here, I was told that they were already at 48. There are more inflating as we go on. Here's this great little Michigan balloon here, the kind of cow balloon, if you will. There's another one inflating here. You can see that there's a baby Yoda maybe in the basket of the white and black balloon. There's all kinds of animals in the Michigan balloon. But if we start counting as we move through here, and again, more are being set up, just since we started the conversation with you, the multicolor one to the left there. But let's start walking down the line here with our cameraman, Tom. So as we count, and we are not the official count, but there's 3. Here's another one that is getting ready to be inflated, so that would be 4. Matt Guthrie here, former president of the board of directors, has his mini balloon up. Notice that they even have banner numbers on the side of the basket. And who's the passenger in there, Matt? Tweety Bird is the passenger inside. She's covering her eyes. She's covering her eyes. This is incredible, the number of these balloons that are out here. And you can see they're all on tethers as we keep walking through. Here's the Hearts of Fire balloon. More being inflated back. I've already lost count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, I'm glad I'm not with the Guinness Book of World Records, because trying to be able to count through these is going to be something else. So little propane burners, as you've described. They have the scoop. They've got the same types of cables. Most of them are trying to kind of point the basket so that you have the burner. Burners on the real balloons, the full-size balloons, tend to be gimbaled. That means you can rotate them to point them into that big opening and be able to point the flame. A little more difficult, and so you end up picking up the basket to be able to get the flame inside. So we're going to continue to walk through the middle of all of this. Lots of people out here enjoying these remote control balloons. And
mini right down not only to the baskets and the passengers, but the banner markers on the side. The one behind me, we won't turn around to look at it. It even has a memorial ribbon. You remember on the first Sunday that our regular shaped balloons carry those memorial ribbons on there in honor of those people in their family or the ballooning family that have passed on. The balloons are carrying those as well. Can we take a look off this way? We see that they're actually starting to build balloons with inlay balloons on them as well. So balloons on balloons, the intricacy of this is already starting to show up in these remote control balloons, just like it is in our large balloons. Kind of back behind us, that Guilty Mini-Me, and right next to it, a Cosmic Crisp balloon. Cosmic Crisp, I don't know if you're going to get around to this, or Tom. The Cosmic Crisp balloon was our balloon of the day today, and they have a mini balloon out here as well. And you can see a green one right in there inflating. So we continue to stand up more and more of these. The last count given to me was 48. Remember, we need 55 to break the record. We're expecting 60 of those to stand up. We have about 85 balloons registered here. So as we continue to walk down through the field here, here's another one of those. It's a zoo, which is a nice orange and black balloon with the animals around it, like they're, and here's a replica of that. The work and the craftsmanship in these balloons is pretty incredible, and it's a little breezy here, so they're working to be sure and point the basket into the opening as the envelope flops a little bit due to the wind.
Art, I'm wondering who's doing the official counting.
Dr. Steve Comandina with. I didn't hear you, Glenn. Say that again.
I was just asking, Art. I wonder who is doing the official counting to determine if, in fact, we do set the record today.
That's a great question. I don't know the answer to that. I know that when we've set records here in the past with our regular size balloons, that there was a representative from Guinness here. I don't know if that's the case this year or not.
Okay.
But you can be sure that there's a number of people attempting to make that count.
We actually have a great shot on the screen on our feed of Wes the Wolf that is still standing up, the full-size balloon, looking down from this camera perspective on all of the little mini-me's, the RC balloons in front of him. Really quite an impressive photo. But what a scene that is. And by the way, Art, the crowd, our audience online is loving your commentary and the pictures that our camera crew are capturing down there. It's really unique for us to be able to have you walking through that scene and providing live coverage of it to viewers around the world as we attempt to set this Guinness World Record for the most number of inflated RC balloons.
Right now she's 9 short of the whole.
I think I heard some comment that we're 9 short of the record.
That is the count that has been given to me. Right at this point, we are like 9 short of the record. Right behind me, Chris Cutter, Sid Cutter's grandson, has one of the world balloons. I'm guessing, I don't see the stars on this one, but one of the world balloons here with all the flag pennants. Of course, there was a brand new world balloon built this year called Beautiful World. Jewel Cutter had that built. Sam Parks has been flying it along with some other folks as well. But this is Chris Cutter, Sid's grandson, out here flying a mini-me of one of the world balloons.
Outstanding.
So we continue to stand them up. Yeah, we continue to stand them up. Back there by Zarek, actually his wife Karen Wells with the Guilty and the Cosmic Crisp. At least 2 more have stood up there. So we continue to have them stand up. And whoever is counting officially is definitely going to have a difficult time in keeping track and making sure we get to that point. But, yeah, This is really exciting to be down here in the middle of this. The spectators are out here loving it, exciting. The pictures, the cameras. Oh, and here's a tarp. So how many did we say we were short? About 9. Well, we've got enough tarp space right here that we could stand up a number of them. In fact, there's 3 more right here, 4 more being, this is the 4th one being stretched out. There's 4 more baskets here. So this area I'm standing in right now could be the number of balloons that push us over the top as they stretch them out and stand them up and get them inflated. And you can see it works just like the big balloons, the full-size ones. It comes out of a bag, they stretch it out, they take the cables and connect it to the basket, they do a little burner check, and then they turn on a little fan and blow some air into the balloon, get it cold packed, turn on the burner, make it go hot, it stands up, it now counts towards our inflation of RC balloons. And this pack behind me, I'm not sure if you're on me, but this pack behind me, boy, that's just, it's just pretty really incredible there. There is the Fiesta balloon. All kinds of people that are making their balloons and setting them up and inflating them here as we go for a Guinness World Record for the most number of model balloons inflated at the same time. It takes 55 inflated balloons to break the record, and we were expecting to be able to get 60 up. The last information handed to me is that we were about 9 short. But like I said, there's 4 or 5 right here in front of me that are in the process of getting ready to be inflated. That whole process of hooking it up, cold inflating, and then actually standing the balloon up.
Well, and my guess would be, Art, that all of the balloons have to be standing at the same time, just standing
everywhere
it up.
I look, there's remote control balloons. Go ahead, Glenn.
I was just saying, Art, my guess is that all the balloons will have to be standing together at the same time to get an official count. You can't just inflate your balloon, stand it up, and then take it back down routinely, because then you wouldn't be a part of the group. I mean, that's my guess.
That would be mine as well. But, you know, it only takes literally a few seconds to be able to re-stand the balloon back up. If you were to deflate it for some reason, it's not like it takes 5 to 10 minutes to fill it full of air and get it hot. These are going to fill up in just minutes with cold air, and then the heat makes it stand up. So it's almost like if we could have a radio signal or an all burn or something, some command like that to make sure that everybody was inflated, that would definitely make sure that all of them up and be able to get another count here. So behind me you see maybe the Zia balloon. Tom McConnell, who flew the big Zia balloon out of here earlier today, now back with his remote control balloon. And right next to it is the Spirit of Fiesta balloon being flown by the treasurer of the board of directors, Mr. Dick Rice. And he's got a little, looks like dinosaur in his basket back there. Dick in the chair, just taking a real leisurely piloting effort here with these remote control balloons. Some of the balloons are, we saw some of them just kind of hanging on to the basket and kind of getting them inflated. A couple of them this way are actually starting to let the balloons go up on a tether line. We typically don't let them fly away because there's nobody in the basket. There's no way to control it. If you get too far away, you lose that remote control signal. So the idea here is that you're able to take care of that, and they don't go away. They stay right there. Is that your firing balloon?
So yeah, this one is a little more advanced. This one will do either a remote control, like what she's flying right there next to me, or this one's just hardwired with a 25-foot tether.
Well, that's interesting.
So you can fly it either way.
So this purple one that we're looking at right here, the pilot is just telling me he's got a little hardwired control up there versus having to use the remote control wireless. It works on the wireless as well, but the idea of is he's got his balloon there, he's got to just button in his hand, part of the tether. He's able to fly it that way, as well as being able to hook up a remote control. So, and as you see, you can see the leather, the wicker, the way the basket has all been woven. So these really are miniature replicas of all of the 650 balloons, regular size and special shapes that we have available here as well. So a number of balloons still being inflated and set up as we go through the day. And even kind of a throwback, there is a bottle shape out here as well. Glenn, you might remember in the 80s and 90s, the bottle-shaped balloon was very popular here. All the different alcohol and soft drinks and all of those liquid refreshment manufacturers seemed like they had a bottle-shaped balloon, and we have one here in the mini-size RC-controlled balloons.
Yeah, I do recall that, Art. You remember there was the LeBlat's Blue bottle balloon. There was the Early Times whiskey balloon bottle. There was a Brut cologne bottle. The bottle shape was one of the very earliest, next to the can, which was just a cylinder. The bottle shape was really kind of the second, perhaps, most popular shape because it was a very simple shape to build. And, yeah, there were a bunch of those at one time that were flying, well, universally around the world. But the bottle shape was always quite popular, and usually several of them on site in some of the early years at Fiesta. You're absolutely right. Someone asked in our Facebook group, is the record for inflation or launch? Well, we're not launching these RC balloons. It is a record for inflation. All they have to do is inflate and be standing up. They may, those pilots that want to release it on a tether might do so, but we're not going to launch and free fly these balloons under any circumstances, and certainly not for this record. So the record is simply to get the record number of RC balloons inflated all at one time in the one location here. And that was the point I was driving with the question earlier, Art, was that those who inflated very early need to be sure they keep their balloons inflated and up right until the end in order to be able for us to get a full count of all the balloons. Although, as you said, if they deflate, they can be re-inflated rather rapidly.
Yes, and I think the actual terminology of the record is the most number of model hot air balloons inflated at the same time in the same location.
Okay.
I think that's pretty close to the technical wording that we're talking about on that particular record. So yes, they need to be inflated. They are, in fact, model balloons, and they are powered by hot air. So those are the key portions here. We are getting a little bit of a breeze up here that is kind of keeping these balloons rocking and rolling a little bit. So it's a little bit of a struggle. They are not able, well, the little mini balloons don't handle the wind nearly as well as our full-size balloons. So there's a lot of effort going here to be able to keep the balloon inflated, warm enough that it stands up. The wind would tend to collapse the balloon from the side if you let it get too cool. So having flown one of these little RC balloons one time, I can tell you, at least at first, it's probably as difficult, if not more difficult, than flying a regular full-size balloon. Now, I don't need a license to fly the mini balloons. I do on the other, and there is probably a lot more practice it takes to fly the full-size balloons, but it's not a slam dunk to be able to fly these little mini balloons out here. They are that takes some practice and some figuring out of how to make that work, especially if there's a little bit of a breeze out here. So we have a number of them still laid out, either waiting to inflate or re-inflate out here. And we'll have to find someone who is working on the count to see if we have made that count, because we're starting to get more of them laying down at the moment than standing up. But again, if we were to get a nice here, we could have them all inflated very quickly. And I think there's enough out here, but I'm not the person who actually gets to count.
Well, strangely enough, Art, meanwhile, we're still about 10 minutes away from the close of competition. I haven't seen the smoke popped at the target yet. That's, not that there are any balloons anywhere near the likelihood of scoring, but all the scoring officials are still out on the field. So I think we still have about 10 minutes left in the window for the competition, but clearly all the balloons have either landed or they're well out of the away from the field at this point. The only real balloon standing, we still have a couple of shapes standing, and then your RC balloons there on the far end of the field.
So we're going to make our way back through the line of RC balloons here. As we get towards wrapping up our broadcast this morning, we'll kind of take another pass through. I haven't heard the official number yet. Somebody's asking me if we set that up. And so I have to find somebody who's doing that count so that we can see what the situation might be. I would guess we have enough balloons out here to break that record. The question is, did we get them all inflated at the same time to be able to make that stick? And like everything, especially with official records and things like that, we always have kind of the unofficial, we did it or we didn't do it, or they got this number of points or that number of points. And so we'll have to just wait and see what actually comes out of this. But my count is there's plenty of balloons out here to break that record. Whether we actually did it or not will be up for those who actually have to go ahead and count. Let me get this. I mentioned earlier that on Sunday our regular shaped balloons carried those memorial markers, ribbons on their baskets in honor of those who we have left. And I wanted to show you that on this particular mini-me here as well, not only do they have the stuffed animals as passengers, but there is one of those memory ribbons on this balloon as well. And I just noticed too that they're running their own little camera up there as well. We talked about Joe Zavada and some of those other guys running a camera operation on there. So right down to the modern technology that is taking place, it's right here in the basket on these mini RC balloons as well. So again, we continue to monitor what's out here and bring you pictures of the RC balloons as we attempt to set a world record for the most number of model hot air balloons inflated at the same time. Hopefully you can even hear some of the burner noise out here as well. And the tether lines go back to the envelope itself, which is exactly where you connect a tether line or a tie-off line in a regular size balloon. So the accuracy, not only in the shape and the design and the colors, but also in the actual control of the balloon and the way it is rigged, the wicker of the basket, and even the tie-off lines, and as we saw here, right down to the memory ribbons and the remote cameras as well. So a great morning out here among all these balloons. And actually, you know, it feels at the moment like the wind might be calming. So this might be the time when, if we didn't already set the record, we go ahead and ask some folks to get them stood up. The count is going on. Again, it takes 55 to break the record. We're expecting at least 60 to stand up here today so that we have a little bit of margin. And somebody else is counting. I'm glad that it's not me doing it. So great time out here at the RCs, and I know that we're about to wrap up here, so I'm going to give it back to you, to Glenn, to tell us what's up on tap the rest of the night and the rest of the weekend. Oh, Glen is. So I get to do that. Okay. All right. So I'll take us through that. So we're going to wrap up here in the next few minutes, and we will be back tonight at 6 o'clock. We will be back live on the stream, but at 5 o'clock, for those of you who are on the field, Fast Tracks will be jumping in at 5 o'clock, and they will be dropping in with the national anthem and the flag. Again, on the field, that's at 5 o'clock. We'll show it to you at 6 o'clock on Balloon Fiesta Live, and then we are scheduled for the final Rodeo Glodio tonight, when we'll stand up our special shaped balloons and do a balloon glow tonight. At 7:30, after the glow, we are scheduled to have Fast Tracks jump back in with their pyrotechnics. At 7:45, that fabulous new drone show. If you're here on the field, you'll be able to see it live. If you're watching on Balloon Fiesta Live, you'll still be able to see it live. And then at 8 o'clock, it's our fabulous fireworks. And then we're back to a Saturday, and we're back to a regular weekend mass ascension with a Dawn Patrol show, the drone show before we come on the air. And we will be able to take us through a full day of activities again tomorrow, wrapping up on Sunday with our farewell mass ascension. Hard to believe, Glenn, that we are already at the second weekend.
Absolutely. We're literally days away from the end. And thank you for the wrap-up. You kind of stole my thunder there, but that's okay. We appreciate it. And what a great job you've done down there with the crew. And we'll get word later on whether or not we actually set the record. We have a window of opportunity that we have to adhere to as well. And so we need to sign off the Balloon Fiesta live feed at 10 o'clock this morning. As Art said, it's been a great day of competition. Great to see all the RC balloons and the special shapes. So we will be back this afternoon with more of Balloon Fiesta Live to carry on through the remainder of this 50th Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta. It's all powered by ExxonMobil. For Art Lloyd Jr., all the team with Windfire Productions, I'm Glen Moyer. Have a great day. We'll be back live again tonight. See ya.
You've been watching Balloon Fiesta Live, powered by ExxonMobil. Want more balloon action? Visit the archive of all the Balloon Fiesta Live broadcasts at balloonfiesta.com. And make plans to join us in person for number 51, October 7th through the 15th, 2023. Thanks for watching Balloon Fiesta Live. This program is a production of AIBF Inc.